Good afternoon, members. Please be seated. Good afternoon and welcome to this afternoon's full council meeting. A particular welcome to those who have joined us today in person and also those who are watching online. There will be a comfort break probably about mid-afternoon, probably at least 10-15 minutes just to allow everyone time to walk around a bit. Can I ask the clerk to confirm any apologies and take a roll call of those attending online, please?
Thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, everyone. We have apologies from Bailey Ahern. We also have a number of councillors who are online. So when I call out your name, if you could confirm that you are present. Councillor Freshwater.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Yep, present.
Councillor Illingworth.
Present.
Councillor Kugali.
Present.
Bailey Williamson.
Present.
Do we have Councillor Reid online? Don't think we have Councillor Reid at the moment. All other members should be present in the chambers, Provost.
Thank you.
Provost, sorry, just for clarification, I think Councillor Reid's travel arrangements have been disrupted by the storm, and I think he may be having difficulty getting home in time. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. It's been a challenging day weather-wise for everyone. And thank you to everyone for making it in. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Do members have any declarations of interest in respect of items on today's business? Billy Williamson.
Yeah, I have non-financial interests on paper rates, and I'll leave the meeting at that point.
Thank you, Billy Williamson. Are there any other declarations of interest? No. Can I just remind all members to please make sure your devices are muted? Thank you. Members, can we agree to hear deputations on item 7, the transformation review of leisure assets? Thank you. Members, item 3 is the minute of the previous meeting. Can we agree the minute of the council meeting of the 6th of December 2023? Thank you. Members, item 4 is the outstanding business statement. Are there any questions on the outstanding business statement? If there are no questions on the outstanding business statement, can we agree the outstanding business statement? Agreed. Thank you, and we will remove completed actions. Members, item 5 is the Tay Forest National Park bid, and I'd like to ask Ben Wilson, the Planning and Housing Strategy Manager, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon. So this report updates on a major consultation that's been carried out on the Council's emerging bid for a new Tay Forest National Park proposal, which responds to the Scottish Government's announcement that they'll designate at least one new national park within the current parliamentary term. And this report also seeks authority to progress that bid to submission to Scottish Government by the deadline at the end of February. A major consultation with communities and stakeholders has been carried out, and the report before you sets out outlines the consultation activities, and the appendix, which has been prepared for us by Land Use Consultants Limited, who supported us through the engagement, sets out in a bit more detail what consultation activities were carried out, and also analysis of the responses. And it was a good response we received to this in terms of numbers and also in terms of breadth and range of different interest groups that got back to us on it. The overall message is there's general support for the principle of a new national park, extending between the two current ones, the Loch Lomond and Trossachs and Cairngorms. support from all groups apart from the land managers, so that's estates and agriculture sectors, where there was quite strong opposition to the principle of it, but support overall. Also support for the proposed boundaries we consulted on, but again, sort of qualifications to that as well, which are outlined in the report before you. So in finalising the bid, it's proposed to adjust the boundaries, particularly south of Dunkelden. There's a diagram in the report to indicate that, to take account of the responses and to make it a stronger, more likely to succeed bid. And in forming the bid text, it's proposed to make provision to seek as far as we can to address some of the points made in the response. And paragraph 5.11 of the report sets out the criteria which the bid text needs to fit into for submission. From today, the intention is to have that text ready and to hold an elected member, all elected member briefing session to share that and the finalised boundary. And then following that, have a further meeting of the member officers working group for the National Park bid, to take a last sounding before officers make the submission by the close of 29th of February. That's all I wanted to say. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions on the paper? Councillor Shires.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Ben and yourself, Provost, for very much leading on this. I just wondered if we had any, before we went out to consultation, if we'd had any expectation of the level of engagement there would be. I think we probably all looked at the postcodes for our own wards, for those that were considered to be included. And I just wondered if it was about the level that we expected, or if it was slightly, I perhaps thought it was maybe a little bit less than I might have expected to see.
I think I'll come in quickly and then I'll come to Mr. Wilson just to add to that. I think from my own point of view, I was quite pleased with the response level because it was being undertaken at a very wet, dark time of year, and actually people coming out at that time was quite challenging. Generally speaking, it was all of our consultation sessions were held early evening to allow parents to attend when they were collecting children, and then allow people who'd been at work during the day to attend as well, to try and maximise attendance at the in-person ones. And then we also had an online one as well during the day for people. I think the response rate was pretty good, and I think also for us, I think we've probably undertaken the largest public consultation of any of the proposed bid areas, and that was recognised by a number of the partners who we had discussions with, that actually they haven't been consulted about some of the other bids, so they were very grateful that we had been undertaking that. Like you, however, I appreciate we have very high engagement in a lot of these communities, and I would have liked to have seen some more in some of these communities, but I think it was recognised by, for example, the evening we held the Pitlochry one on, there was a power cut in half of Pitlochry, and as well as being another very stormy night, it's quite difficult to get people to want to come out in those circumstances, understandably. So it will have affected the turnout, and I think we have already fed back to government that we felt the very tight, compressed timescale that has been put on us of 5 months to undertake bid preparation is not nearly enough for doing something of this nature. And I think we were very lucky that we had spent several months in advance of the government opening the official window for consultation to have already done a lot of work. So we were ahead of the game to a degree, but absolutely we would like to have seen a bit more. And if we were fortunate to be designated, then there would be a lot more consultation after that. Mr. Wilson, do you want to come in further?
I'm broadly happy with the level of response we got. The number of people that went to the trouble of filling in the online survey, which we made as short as we could while still being meaningful and useful, but 350, that's not bad, and there's a good range there as well. And there's other aspects to this, the social media comms plan that went with this, some of the analytics for that are really quite healthy indeed, over 20,000 impressions and over 20,000 terms of reach for sort of some of the postings there, and that I'm told is actually pretty healthy levels. And the quality of engagement we had, the kind of depth we went into in the in-person sessions was good as well. People were coming to find out more and get their head around what was being proposed. So given the time of year, given the amount of advance notice we were able to give, I feel this is quite a good response in terms of numbers and in terms of breadth of respondent and depth of response we've had.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Shaw has sort of touched on where I was going with this, but if I could just ask, from my understanding, or my knowledge, I can't think of anywhere in the UK where there are 3 national parks conjoined together in a row. The closest I can think of where there's a gap, though, is Exmoor and Dartmoor. And I'm just wondering, would you see that as possibly a disadvantage linked into the responses we had? I mean, 56% of 352 is not a high number when you bear in mind how many people living there. Is that going to turn it into it's already perhaps a disadvantage by having 3 together, but is that going to tip it over a little bit, do you think?
So it's quite an interesting sort of two parts to your question there, and it's quite interesting that the move in the UK and wider internationally is to join up national parks, having them border each other wherever those opportunities often present. And in England that has happened with a couple of them in very recent years. And part of that is it creates wildlife corridors, which is quite appealing, but also it creates continuous areas of designation, which are again important in terms of helping to manage an area consistently. So actually, I think whilst there was some respondents who felt that we were less likely to have success because we were a third in between others, we actually have a lot of advantages ecologically, but also we experience the same pressures as the 2 national parks in terms of visitor pressures, visitor management pressures, and therefore the justification and one of the criteria that the government is assessing is what will the impact of designation have on, for example, helping to manage visitors and tourism. And for us, we experience the same problems as the national parks without having the same resources as them to help manage those challenges. So I think both from an environmental point of view, there is advantages to the bid, but also from the economic and tourism side where we are experiencing some of those challenges without having the financial resource and tools. I think there is always going to be the question of politically whether the government wants to put another national park there and might want to give the benefits of that to a different part of Scotland, and that's understandable. However, I think we have probably put together one of, if not the best, hopefully, bid out of the areas that are bidding at the moment. We have had, as I outlined earlier, sort of an advantage in that we started planning for this in around April, May of this year. The cross-party group that has worked on it across the council had the advantage of doing a lot of the planning and preparation over the summer in knowledge that the government was going to open it, the window of bidding process in October. So we had a bit of a head start, if you like, and we've probably been able to mount a more significant challenge to perhaps the more established bids than others. So I think I do appreciate the point, but I think that you can argue it both ways, and we certainly will be arguing it the other way. Councillor James.
Thanks, Provost. And I suppose I'm one of the sceptics. And this project, like you say, has been going on. And further to what my colleague, Councillor Braun, has just said, are we being greedy? You know, we've got 2 national parks within Perth and Kinross. I know there's other contenders. And when we're looking at budgets, we're spending money. How far down the line are we on that budget? Do we have any left? And is it worth calling it a day? Because The other thing I have real concerns about is while we look at it through rose-coloured specs and have a lovely national park, it comes with pitfalls as well. And our land managers, 75% of them in the survey, strongly disagree and have concerns. Those are the sort of people I think we really need to be listening to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. I think it's, if I can pick your latter point up first in terms of the land managers, for us it was very important that we undertake consultation with them. We had a special session for them, and that was reflected by the groups that we organised it with, that we were the only people undertaking such a session of any of the proposed bid areas. So we have been deliberately making sure that we are hearing those voices, even if we expect them to potentially be critical of the bid. And I think also from our point of view, what we've tried to express is we're trying to make this quite a ground up approach in terms of what type of national park do they want to see. And whilst there is two very different existing national parks, that we could chart a different approach as a third new national park and actually have more involvement from the type of management that they would like to see. There is no reason why, for example, a third new national park couldn't champion the future of farming in hard to farm areas in terms of landscape and things like that. So from our point of view, we very much felt it was important to hear their voices, and we've seen that in the response. Obviously, overall, we had a response of 57% in favour and 33% against. So it's not quite 2 to 1, but it's not far off it in those perspectives. So, you know, we're very aware of those views, and we want to continue to bring those groups along with us on this journey, so that they don't feel excluded from the process, and that's quite important to us. And I think, as I reflected on my answer to Councillor Shires earlier, from my point of view, if we are fortunate in that we are chosen as one of potential new national parks, then that really is just a starting point for engagement. It's not an end point, and we would really want to engage them further on that. So I think, coming back to the point that you touched on, are we being greedy? I think, you know, we've spent 2/3 of the budget that council agreed, so we haven't spent nearly all of it by any means, and I think I would really just credit the staff for the amount of work that has gone on across the council. It's been a huge effort, both from the cross-party MOG, but also from the officer side, who is quite an unusual and unique opportunity to get to work on something like this. It only comes round maybe once every 20 years, possibly. And to answer your final point around resource, one of the reasons that we chose to do this as a council is this has huge potential to bring in millions of pounds of investment to our communities, coming directly from central government, that we don't have to provide as a council, and can help us to manage some of the challenges in these areas. So for us, there is a lot of benefit as a council as well. I'm not seeing any other questions on this. If there are no other questions, then we will move on to moving the report. I would just like to, as I move the report, actually, first of all, express my thanks again to the cross-party group that has been involved in this. Councillor Lane, Councillor Duff, Bailey McLaren, Bailey have all provided huge amounts of support to officers as well on this. Mr. Wilson, who has led it from a senior management point of view, has done a tremendous job in pulling together a fairly extensive consultation and progressed us as far as we have in a very short space of time, and I think it's right to recognise that. A huge amount of work is also, as Mr. Wilson recognised earlier, been put in by our comms team. There were at points daily comms items going out on social media, but also in press, so that people were aware of it and engaging in it. And there has been a significant effort across, and it has been a real cross-council effort, which has been very much the direction of travel we're looking for in this council anyway, and how we work, where it's not siloed, but actually it is everyone working as one council towards an objective. So that has been very, very pleasing to see. This is a very unique opportunity, and we don't get something like this as an opportunity very often. I think I reflected in October that this is the equivalent perhaps of city status for some of our rural communities. It is a significant opportunity to bring in direct investment and funding from central government to help support some of our fragile rural communities, help manage some of the challenges that we have seen in recent years around visitor management, and help look at improving economic and social development in these communities. I think from the consultation we can see that there is broad support across most communities and most groups consulted for the principle. 57% supportive, 33% who are not supportive, and I see it very much as our duty to try and help win the 33% round by hearing their concerns and making sure that if we were successful, that national park reflects their aspirations for the future of their communities as well, which would be done through a new national park partnership plan, which involves everyone and all stakeholders. So in moving the report, I think this is a huge opportunity for Perth and Kinross to recognise the areas of outstanding natural beauty we have in Northern Perthshire, but also to obtain significant Scottish Government investment in our area as well. And with that, I would like to move the report and invite Councillor Lane to second it.
Thanks, Provost. I'll not go into any more detail. I think you've covered it well. I would like to again thank the officers and the elected members who've been involved in bringing this report and driving the consultation forward. I'd also like to add thanks to the residents of all the different groups who have turned up to meetings and discussed it, and also those who have shown interest, i.e. online or when you meet them at community councils, to get some sense of what we're trying to achieve here. So that was an important part as well. So it's good to be everybody working together across the council, across officers and with members of the public to put this submission in. And I, like everyone else here, will be hoping for a positive result next summer. Thanks. Happy to second.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Bailey McLaren first.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to make a comment. Just, having been involved in the member officer working group, it's been an interesting process and an educational process for me as well. The consultation process was one that gave many residents the opportunity to engage. When I attended a couple of the events, it was heartening throughout the communities who did engage. So whatever the outcome of this bid, we have harvested through these consultation events really valuable and helpful information that's maybe not fully related, not always going to be used for this one purpose. So there was an added benefit to that. And I would say particularly of the land management manager event held in Pitlochry. But, I would just echo again what the leader of the council and the provost has said about the the officers working on this bid. They have worked to a tight schedule, and I just thank them for that. They've worked quite diligently over the last few months, so well done to them. And all we can do is cross our fingers now.
Thank you, Bailey McLaren. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Ben Wilson and his team for the work which they've done undertaking the consultation across North Perthshire and in pulling together the consultation document before us today. I think, as has already been said, against some very challenging timescales. As we can see, there's a broad support among the 352 respondents in favour of the bid for the Tay Forest National Park, which is just under 50%. While we possibly have preferred to see a stronger endorsement of the proposal, there's a clear majority in favour of proceeding with the bid. As with most things, there are always pros and cons. The main area of opposition to the proposal comes from the land managers, and throughout the process there was a strong voice of scepticism coming from the farmers and land managers about the implications of operating within a national park. But I think we did make every effort to engage with them and to try and allay their fears in that regard. A note from the report that there was one area covered principally, I think, by the PH8, PH9 postcodes around Dunkeld, south of Dunkeld, where there was a clear majority of respondees who were not in favour of being within the national park, and this may be an area of the final boundary which we need to address prior to bid submission. Provost, I think there's a lot of interest and information from both sides of the argument in the report, and this will help us in developing a holistic view both for the bid and for our local development plan going forward. So I look forward to seeing more details of the bid when it comes to the Member Officer Working Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Donaldson.
Provost, thank you. And first of all, can I, like Councillor Duff, thank Ben Wilson and all the team behind this report and this submission. And also, can I thank you yourself, who has initiated so much of this. I'm totally supportive of the submission. I know there's a degree of scepticism from one or two in the chambers here, but I think we should indeed, as a council, show ambition. And this is exactly the type of thing, despite the financial constraints we have, and indeed this might open up the possibility of additional funding. Let's not forget that. I'll come back to that in just a second. But we've got to actually seize these opportunities. And as you said, this is something that doesn't occur very often. Quickly on one or two aspects on the boundaries. I'm not going to comment on the position south of Dunkeld or the Cluny Lochs, but certainly Strathern, I'm very glad that the amendment that Bailey Brock and myself put forward has been recognised. I know St Fillan's is the issue of west and east St Fillan's, but that can be sorted out, I'd have thought quite clearly. I'm pleased with Comrie that the boundary is not just round the village, but it includes Cultybraggan, Auchengarach, and also Glenartney, which most definitely should be in a national park. And I'm also pleased that it includes Crieff. I think we can go into the boundary east of Crieff, exactly where it lies. Again, I think that's a detail that can be sorted out. I think clearly with National Park, we should not forget that the primary purpose is about the natural environment. It's about the lie of the land, and it is a national park, and that is the fundamental purpose of this, and we don't overlook that. But along with that, there are clear benefits in my mind. I think in particular with Crieff, which has always been a tourist town, is the opportunities that I think arise for the town. I know some have said that it's too large a settlement. Now, I know Councillor Duff will sometimes revert to one or two words of Scots Gaelic. I don't think we often have Welsh brought up in this chamber, but I just mentioned two words, and that's Banai Brycheiniog, and that is the new Welsh name for the Brecon Beacons National Park, and the largest settlement in that national park is Brecon, which is a population almost identical to that of Crieff. So that is, I think, a factor to bear in mind, and it really would give a boost to the town. I think there's a whole number of other areas. I'm disappointed with landowners and farmers, and I hope we can have more engagement to try and convince them of the likely benefits, and it's not all one-way street. I think also it'd be helpful for a briefing, a kind of contrast and compare between the Loch Lomond National Park, Cairngorms, and what we're looking for here. That's in terms of funding, the potential opportunities that arise there. I think the other thing that we've got to get over is that we are looking, from all I understand, for a planning system where it's much more similar to that in Cairngorms, and it's a call-in system, not a completely, and I'm not particularly a fan of the, with St Philip's with Loch Lomond Park. So once again, I fully support this bid and really am hopeful we will be successful. Again, thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Provost. This paper presents a comprehensive report for the proposed bid for a new national park, and I can join with you in thanking all the officers who've been involved in this. We're all aware of the potential benefits that national park status could bring to an area, and as such, there is much merit in this concept. And it was an educational visit to the Trossachs and Loch Lomond Park, which we all enjoyed, and was very educational to see what they can do. However, as I've mentioned, I can see concerns ahead. There are already 2 national parks within our area, and this would effectively join them together. And as I said, as far as I know, there's no other situation like that in the UK. And bearing in mind other areas bidding don't have a national park, this could be a disadvantage to us. However, we are this far forward, we should go on. As Councillor McLaren said, we need to cross our fingers and push forward with the proposed bid. So good luck to us on that. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Braun. I don't see anyone else wishing to comment. So just to conclude, I think it's a huge opportunity for Northern Perthshire, one which we are choosing to seize and take forward. My thanks again to everyone who's been involved, and as has been reflected, this is a huge opportunity for our environment, but also for our communities, and that one we must continue to take them on the journey with us on. Members, can we agree the report? Thank you very much. Members, next item is item 6, the Corporate Asset Management Framework. And this will be introduced first by the Chief Executive and then by Norman Ballantyne, the Capital Programme Manager.
Provost, thank you for the opportunity just to say a couple of words before Mr. Ballantyne takes us through the paper. I've said before that I tend not to contribute too often in chamber and leave my remarks to when there are significant strategic reports coming to you which impact across the whole council and its future operation. This is one of those such occasions. The Corporate Asset Management Framework and the 30-year investment plan that goes alongside it, and the work that we will continue to do with members over coming years, is a piece of work that began in October 21 under the leadership of Barbara Renton in her then time as Chief Executive. And since then, she, Norman and others have pulled a significant amount of work that has brought us to this place today. Importantly, in doing that work and set out at 4.1 and 4.3 in the report, officers have brought you a paper which seeks to look at how we use assets to deliver against the vision for this council, a vision where everyone can live life well, free from poverty and inequality, and how we best use our assets to do so. The paper further seeks to do what you as council have charged us as officers to do, to make best use of evidence, to make best use of data, to focus on need and not to focus on demand, despite how challenging that might be around the many and often conflicting demands that we as council will face. And it has also been asked that we provide you with documents and with reports which allow you to make difficult decisions. And to be clear, there will be many difficult decisions which Council will be asked to make as we look at the resourcing we have available to Council over the coming years. And that will be demonstrated today. Later on, you have 2 subsequent papers today to consider. And I would ask again that Council continues to reflect the commitments in terms of the vision and how we will make decisions. We face almost £1 billion of borrowing as an organisation at this stage, increased significantly over the last number of years. And the demands set out in the future papers that you have today and in the budget that we will bring you next month and in subsequent budgets will be challenging for this chamber. So I welcome this report and thank officers, including Mr. Ballantyne, for the work that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Exec, and thank you, Provost. Good afternoon, all. In October 2021, Council approved a new approach to our strategic investment planning. A key part of this was the investment blueprint, whose 5 principles set out what will drive our future investment decisions. These principles being to mitigate against the impact of climate change, to promote inclusive economic growth and vibrant communities, to promote equality and fairness, to support the delivery of sustainable public services through effective management of our assets, and to promote and enhance digital inclusion. The paper being presented today relates directly to Principle 4, the effective management of our assets, and introduces our proposed corporate asset management framework. This framework comprises a corporate asset management policy, strategy and plan, and incorporates the 5 asset streams of community green space, fleet, ICT, property and roads and associated infrastructure. The framework proposes that our approach to the management of our assets will be aligned with the Council's investment blueprint and financial strategy, and that our corporate asset management is underpinned by the following principles: that we maximise the public value of our physical assets, that we only have the physical assets that we need to support effective service delivery, that our approach to asset management helps mitigate the impact of climate change, and that our approach to asset management helps promote inclusive economic growth. Beg your pardon, there's also another 2. That our approach to asset management helps promote equality and fairness through service design and delivery, and that our approach to asset management helps promote and enhance digital inclusion. A key component of the framework is the introduction of the asset challenge. This challenge provides a measurable and comparable overview across all asset streams, giving an evidence base to support more informed and risk-aware investment decision-making. The framework proposes that all investment or disinvestment proposals will be subject to this challenge. A key output of the framework is the 30-year investment plan. This is based on utilising the asset data held in our electronic systems to develop 30-year life cycle investment plans for our existing asset base and existing levels of service. As such, the investment plans will form the basis for long-term strategic investment planning in our physical and digital assets. This approach will allow us to balance the needs of our asset base with our future aspirations, matching corporate priorities with service delivery while recognising communities' needs, climate change and affordability. A key part of our long-term strategic investment planning will be balancing the needs of our asset base with our future aspirations. It is essential that elected members are at the centre of this, and to this end, it is recommended that a strategic investment advisory group is formed consisting of members and officers. So in summary, the paper recommends the approval of the Corporate Asset Management Framework and its integration into a strategic capital investment planning framework. That asset information contained within the Corporate Asset Management Plan is used to assist in setting future budgets, and for the approval of the establishment of a strategic investment advisory group to further develop strategic investment planning processes. So thank you and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ballantyne and Chief Executive. Are there any questions from members on the report? Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Provost. And first of all, can I thank Norman Ballantyne and the Corporate Asset Management team for what is an immensely thorough analytical and detailed report, not just the introductory report, but on the five varying assets streams. The question I want to ask is relates to page 38, Appendix 1, and it's on the breakdown on the net book valuation. So I think it's important we try to get a hold on this, on the valuation. Clearly, what is the methodology involved there? How is the valuation arrived at? I noticed with roads, that's 83% of the total amount of unbelievably 4.4, just under 4.4 billion. But I think there with roads, it's on a replacement value basis. What's the position with the other asset streams? And I'm thinking here of depreciation, which applies for companies, but we're not a company. But, you know, on property, you're going to depreciate maybe at 2% per annum. But on information technology and IT hardware, you're going to be, you know, you're lucky if your computers and so on will last and servers much more than 4 or 5 years. You're probably 20–25%. Can you give us kind of feel on that? And would you be able to provide, you know, us perhaps with a briefing on how the figures are arrived at? Because I think that's so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. First of all, yes, a briefing session would be, I think, good for this because it's quite a complicated, technically complicated discussion, and probably more than is required for here. So I think if we'll take that as an action, a way that we'll set up a briefing session for any elected members who want to discuss the asset valuation in detail. In terms of the actual paper, the values have been calculated using book value from the council's asset register, and also from the valuation that's provided as part of the Scots project for roads, which is where the roads valuation comes from. So we're at an early stage in terms of the asset valuation because it's it can be difficult to place value on some of the assets just because of their complexity and their difference.
Just quickly, I understand, you know, there's complexity there. However, I think I'm right in saying we are probably the first council in Scotland to go down this road and with the whole investment blueprint process. Is that correct?
As far as we're aware, that's correct. Yeah, there are other councils who've done similar, but none that have taken it as far as we're proposing to take it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Mr. Ballantyne. We're actually quite famous as a council because many of our assets, which I thought were assets, actually turn out to be liabilities when we try to dispose of them. I'm thinking, going back to the City Hall that's now becoming a museum, thinking the building across the road, which was worth £1. What can we do to actually make our assets actually assets and rather than liabilities? And do you see in the future going forward as trying to diverse or get rid of many of the properties and bits of land that we've got dotted about Perth and Kinross, and can we actually turn that into hard cash?
Thank you, Councillor. First of all, this paper is more about how we use our assets to deliver our services more effectively and how we maximise our investment in these assets going forward rather than the actual value of the assets themselves. But that should follow on from the first point I made. In terms of how you value something like the City Hall, it clearly depends on the market. So it's difficult to commit to increasing the value of our assets. But we'd look to be investing as wisely as possible in terms of utilising that investment to maximise the services we're getting from our assets.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Liz Barrett.
Thank you, Provost. And I'd like to add my thanks to Mr. Ballantyne and all the teams who've been involved in the preparation of this very complex and comprehensive report. And I note how much more work is still to be done on this. Thank you. My questions are about the governance arrangements. The terms of reference for the elected member Strategic Investment Advisory Group, which I'm welcoming, are set out in Appendix 2 on page 211. But the section on policy governance at the bottom of page 25 refers to the Policy and Governance Group. So my first question was, what is that, please? Because I can't find any other references to it. And then on page 31, there's reference to a new member officer working group being set up. And I'm just wondering how that's related to the elected member Strategic Investment Advisory Group and what's happening about the terms of reference for that. And then I've got a more detailed question about fleet. Thank you.
Miller.
Okay, so the Policy and Governance Group is an officer group led actually by our Head of Legal and Governance, and I don't know if Lisa would want to comment on that, that oversees all new strategic policies that are being considered by Council before they actually come to our executive leadership team or indeed to full Council or any of the service committees. In terms of your reference to the Member Officer Working Group, that actually was intended following feedback. Many of you will have attended the numerous elected member briefing sessions or the sessions that were held by Norman and the team, and at the point we made a decision to review the I think the proposal to have a member officer working group to the strategic the SIAG as it now is being proposed, the Strategic Investment Advisory Group. So the MOG is not a plan, and we will revise the papers accordingly to reflect the proposal for the advisory group. Yeah.
Thanks. Do you want my second? Well, I do.
Yes, you can have a second question.
It's the other one's a bit technical. On page 85, there's reference to vehicle tracking and utilisation information being captured in Navman with a view to linking to Key 2. And my question is it actually linking to Key 2 or is that an aspiration? Thank you.
That's currently an aspiration. Key 2 is our fleet asset management system, but we're working towards getting the two linked. Not at this point, sorry.
Bailey.
Thank you, Provost. Staying in the detail of the terms of reference for the SIAG then for a moment. Point 1 says that the scope is to initially set and thereafter review the Council's asset requirements. My question is then, does this mean that the SIAG is a form of decision-making body to the extent that if it sets, hypothetically, that there's no longer a requirement for, let's say, a recycling centre in Aber something, then that's a done deal, or would that then come to a public committee for ratification? Thank you.
Mr. Ballantyne?
No, the SIAG will be recommending. So the language is possibly not as tight as it should be, but the SIAG will not be making these decisions. We're making recommendations through the normal governance processes.
Great, thank you. Thanks.
Yes, just
as a point of clarification.
Just to clarify, when I'm moving the report in my speech, I've got the wording of recommendation because it will not be any recommendations that are passed through will have to come to this chamber to be passed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Frampton.
We have a lot of vacant properties around Perth and Kinross, which where end use could contribute to revenue. Can you give an update on what is planned going forward for these vacant buildings?
In terms of the vacant buildings, there's a process that goes through where if they don't have a use, or if we can't use them to deliver our services, then we will dispose of those buildings. Unless they are, well, the decision is made through the property subcommittee, but normally they'll be disposed of.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thanks, Provost. My question was in page 24 in my pack anyway, but it's page 1 of the corporate asset management policy, and in the middle of the right-hand column it says the principles may also be applied to third-party assets which the council has a significant interest in. And just wondered if you'd give us an example of what types of assets could be included here. Thank you.
Lisa.
I think that's also, if you think about sort of the properties that we have significant interest in terms of, so for example, properties owned by our arm's length organisations, whereby we're a funder, we're the sole member trust. So these sort of principles need to, we need to make sure that we get value for money and we're optimising the value of these assets right the way across the piece. So that's the type of things that we were envisaging.
Thank you. And the Executive Director of Communities has also advised that officers are bringing a report to property sub soon in terms of vacant property, so I'm sure members will find that useful. Councillor Collins Stewart, please.
Thanks, Provost. In the introduction, the Chief Executive referred to the difficult decisions ahead that officers would bring and put before elected members, and Mr. Ballantyne in his introduction mentioned that a key aspect of the corporate asset management framework is the affordability of properties. I wondered if any of the officers would like to comment on the news report last week about the fact that Perth and Kinross Council is 12th, not in Scotland, but in the UK, in terms of the capital debt per head of population that the council has on its books, and relate that to the capital assets that we're discussing today.
Mr. Walker, our new strategic lead for finance and business administration, has been picked to answer your question.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. So we're aware of the information that was obviously in the newspapers. We are looking and trying to understand it, so that we're ensuring we're comparing apples with apples, because it is a bit of a headline and we've been compared with some big councils down south. So happy to come back to you once we actually understand what was in the newspapers last week.
Chief Executive also wants to.
But thank you. Given I made the comment at the beginning, I thought useful to respond as well. I think you're right to highlight that piece. I highlighted in my initial comments the increase in our borrowing from 500 to almost £1 billion in the last number of years to deliver some major and valuable projects. The report at page 37 sets out a potential almost £2.6 billion of additional investment required. So it's for those reasons that I did make the initial comments, that any investment decision that we bring to you as council will be asked to be made in light of the principles that you've already set as council, but with an eye on the significant financial challenges that we're facing as an organisation going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions at this point, and therefore I'll come to the Leader of the Council to move the report.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, before I begin, I would like to start by thanking all the officers from across the council who were involved in preparing the report in front of us today. But in particular, I would like to thank Norman, Sue, Gregor and Kirsty from our corporate asset management team. The corporate asset management framework is set out in Appendix 1. This framework provides us with detailed information on the large, complex and diverse portfolio of physical assets that we use every day to provide a broad range of services to our communities. The framework will promote a consistent and integrated approach to asset management across the council, ensuring the effective management of our asset streams and facilitating transparent and data-driven investment planning and decision-making, and supporting the delivery of sustainable services, both now and in the future. Going forward, our approach to the management of our assets will be aligned with the Council's investment blueprint and financial strategy. In particular, our approach to corporate asset management will be underpinned by the 6 principles set out in detail in paragraph 5.1 and summarised as follows. Maximising public value, only keeping the physical assets we require, mitigating the impact of climate change, promoting economic growth, promoting equality and fairness, and promoting and enhancing digital inclusion. I particularly welcome the creation of a strategic investment advisory group. This will allow elected members to stand shoulder to shoulder in bringing forward the investment needs that will benefit our communities for generations to come. This SAG will have representation of every political group within this chamber, as that is the way we pull things to vote and make less political decisions, but make decisions that benefit the whole of Perth and Kinross moving forward. It will look at the long-term needs of our citizens and communities, being both innovative and legacy focused, making investment decisions at a strategic level. The Strategic Investment Advisory Group, and that's the last time hopefully I'll have to say that, will become known as the SEAG, will be a visionary group that will make recommendations to either the Council or the Finance and Resources Committee. I reiterate Bailey recommendations to either the Council or the Finance and Resources Committee, who will then take the final decisions. Provost, members of the elected members, I'm delighted to move this report, which I think will be a great benefit of decisions made as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Leader, second report.
Thank you, Provost, and I'd just like to echo the Leader's previous comments, thanking those officers involved, led by Norman, and also to thank the Executive Director, Barbara Rent, and Director Mailer, and the strategic leads for their oversight and their leadership in this whole initiative as well. A fundamental principle underpinning how this SNP administration has operated over the last 20 months and plans to continue to lead for the remainder of this term and hopefully beyond that is a mature, collegiate approach to decision making, which is what we firmly believe the people of Perth and Kinross want us to see. This approach is most manifest when it comes to long-term planning. Many of us in this chamber today are not exactly in the first flush of youth, yourself accepted, Provost. And yet the challenge is to ensure we harness resources and embrace the opportunities our changing world may offer, so that we may secure the best value, most efficient infrastructure to support future generations. As the convener of Environment, Infrastructure and Economic Development Committee, my personal interest in the 5 core asset streams of community green space, fleet, ICT, property and roads is particularly keen. We do not know what the political direction our nation or this council will take in the years ahead, nor do we know what the local landscape will look like. So we very much want the Strategic Investment Advisory Group, and hopefully that's the last time I say it as well, to be a fully cross-party initiative. Provost, I'm very happy to second and urge unanimous support on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Leader. Are there any comments on the paper? Councillor Freshwater.
Yes, thanks very much, Provost. I think this paper, and particularly the framework in Appendix 1, is a very useful document. So thanks very much to officers for bringing it forward. As the Chief Executive mentioned earlier, it's clearly a substantial piece of work that's been happening over the last 3 or 4 years. We often think of assets in terms of bricks and mortar, but all of our assets are essential cogs of our infrastructure. Everything from graveyards to laptops, and I praise those who are able to put a value on our graveyard assets, as are mentioned in the report. But I think, joking aside, for example, our ICT and digital infrastructure are obviously massively important to underpinning everything we do in terms of the services we provide, and to ensure that we get the best value out of our asset portfolio. And I think Councillor Donaldson alluded earlier to the perils of not investing properly in IT infrastructure. So by having all these assets sort of side by side as presented in the report, rather than in isolation, will be a really helpful tool for our deliberations over the years as we plan our asset needs for the years and decades to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Freshwater. I don't see any other indications anyone wanting to come in. Mr. Leader, do you wish to say anything in summing up?
No, I think we've covered everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, can we agree the corporate asset management framework? Thank you very much. Given I'm expecting the next paper to be quite long in consideration, I think we'll take 10 minutes at this point. So returning at 2:15. Good afternoon again, members. I've been made aware that it is quite difficult to hear what members are saying in the public gallery. So if I can ask all members to make sure that your microphone is quite close when you're speaking, and just be conscious that you want to be as clear as possible so that members of the public can hear what is being said. We are also seeking to try and turn up the volume at that end, but that is more problematic probably. So members can make sure, and indeed officers who are speaking can make sure the microphone is close to you, so that they have the best chance of being able to hear what's being said. Members, item 7 is the transformation review of leisure assets, and Fiona Robertson, Head of Cultural and Community Services, is going to introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost. Hello, councillors. Can you all hear me? Great, thank you. You have just agreed a report with some very important principles about how we manage our assets. Putting that into practice is, of course, much more challenging, and I'm conscious that this is a challenging report. It has been one of the most complex that I've written for you in my time at the council. What you asked us to do as officers was to give you our best advice on how we make the best of the limited funding that the council has with the assets, the leisure assets that we've got, and there are around 20 of those in total, including those which are owned as well as managed by Live Active Leisure, and including our community halls, which are very important assets in our rural areas. And you asked us to give you honest advice about how we make the best we can of the money and the buildings for the greatest number of people. So let's go through the report. Section 4 gives you the background and the scope. Section 5 gives you the findings. Section 6 gives you the recommendations. With us in the meeting are Paul Cromwell, Chief Executive of Live Active Leisure, who, as owner of a number of the most significant assets, obviously has a fundamental interest in this paper, and Neil Ross from Integratis Consulting, who did the data analysis for us. Neil was part of the review team as an independent critical friend. So happy to take questions after the deputations.
Okay, thank you very much. We have 2 deputations today. We have a deputation by Mr. Peter Loudon, Vice Chairman of Perth Curling 1988 and Chairman of the Perth Masters Bonspiel, and Mr. Vincent Bryson, the CEO of Scottish Curling, and they have agreed to make a joint deputation, which will be 10 minutes, and then members will get the opportunity to ask them questions, and then we have another deputation after that as well. So if I can invite Mr. Loudon and Mr. Bryson up to make their deputation. The Deputy Provost is going to advise you on timings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Council members, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Scottish Curling. Pete Loudon will follow my comments shortly. As has been made clear by media, local curling community in Perth and numerous other stakeholders over the last week, curling has a unique and critical place amongst the Perth and Kinross sport offering. Dure Centre itself is a unique place filled with sporting history, but also home to some deeply innovative practices in terms of curling development and growth of junior programmes in particular. We're all keen for the people of Perth to access these. Since the ice returned in autumn 2023, the board and staff of Scottish Curling have been inspired by the commitment and dedication of the curling community here in Perth. The uncertainty experienced when the facility was first notified as under threat last year was acknowledged and had a galvanising effect on the community here in Perth and Kinross. Since the autumn, we've seen outstanding growth in junior participation and development, the responsibility for which lies firmly with the volunteers and curling community here in Perth. The utilisation of the facility and the scaling up from kids after school sessions to top level international and club competition done on an almost entirely voluntary basis shows the strength of the community and the desire to play their part for the young people of Perth, along with the elite athletes and their journeys. It really is a cradle-to-grave experience. I understand the perspective and the challenges Live Active and Perth and Kinross Council face. The financial challenges post-pandemic for local government are felt across the board, and this is felt within the sporting sector also. What is clear, however, is that viewing sport in any form through the lens of political, economic or financial will be unlikely to allow sport to be seen in its most positive light. The mental and physical health benefits of participating in sport are clear. I feel curling and sport in general belongs in the same conversation as health and education, and we are on a journey to try and make this happen. Public sector delivery and investment, particularly when it comes to facilities, is part of the DNA of the sporting system in Scotland. Perth is part of the DNA of curling worldwide. With that in mind, our conversations with strategic partners have been underway for roughly a year as we considered what the future of curling in Perth may be it within current infrastructure or a future redevelopment. At the same time, I was aware of the facility review exercise undertaken by the local authority and then published within the recent report on the agenda today. What is clear from my side of the debate is there are partners, experts and an energised community keen to be part of a solution to the provision of curling in Perth. I'm grateful to have received Councillor Lang's statement last Friday detailing the intention to explore future projects in retaining an ice sports provision within Perth. And to that end, I will commit Scottish Curling to a permanent presence on any group committed to developing a solution for curling and ice sports in Perth. We cannot lose the sport from its iconic home, and I of course welcome any questions from members.
Council members, curling in Perth has been a massive part of my life for over 40 years. I grew up in a council house in Letham, an area you did not expect traditional curling families to come from. A working class family with money tight, my parents made plenty sacrifices to give me and my sisters the opportunity to try curling in Perth. The junior club curling onto local competitions where the journey began. If Mum and Dad had not provided us with this opportunity, the three of us would not have been able to travel the world, take part in world, European, Olympic events and meet so many good people along the way. Club curlers and volunteers are the beating heart of curling in Perth. They're such a vital part of the 50 clubs, the 1,500 curlers, the 138 national champions and the 86 medals won at Olympic, World and Europeans that have all come from Perth. These people organise and run the many local, national and international events played on outstanding ice conditions and supported by the staff at Dure Centre. At the Perth Masters event only a few weeks ago, we hosted teams from 13 different countries, and in addition to the hundreds of spectators in the viewing gallery, our website received 100,000 visits, and our in-house live stream games were viewed 17,000 times. Great exposure for curling, our loyal sponsors and the City of Perth, I'm sure you'll agree. No other single-site ice facility in the world can claim to have done as much as Dure Centre in Perth has done over many years. Whilst all this provides plenty of fun, enjoyment and exercise for those involved, it's also a great legacy for curling in Perth. We must all make sure there are far more opportunities like this and experiences like this in the future. As Vincent said, our grassroots and junior curling is thriving like never before. We have 70 junior curlers and a clear pathway exists within the programme into the junior club and onwards to the mainstream clubs. 25% of all curlers at national events in this country from under 14 to under 21 come from Perth. So far this season, 633 kids have been coached through our successful schools tri-curling programme, with a further 540 due on the ice before the end of March this year. From Pitlochry High School to St Dominic's Primary School in Crieff, the demand has meant extra after-school lessons are being run every week. This positive progress must be allowed to continue. Since we were made aware of the threat of closure to Dewars in early 2023, the reaction of the Perth curling community has been fantastic. Participation numbers are up, there's been more national and international events happening, and because of this, there must be a knock-on positive impact to the city of Perth. The bar and catering facilities were reinstated at Dewars in September 2023. This has had a really positive impact on the facility. For those that have been there, you'll see upstairs is buzzing before, during and after games and competitions. I would ask the Council to consider that behind every event organised, every medal won, each new curler, whatever age they are starting out in the sport, there are stories. Stories include volunteers, families, friends, teammates, and hours of sacrifice for the sport so many love. But this should only be the start of a new journey. I'm sure there is far more to come if all parties can work together to secure a successful future for curling in Perth. Like Vincent, I was pleased to read Councillor Lang's statement last week detailing the intention to explore future projects and retaining an ice sports provision within Perth. When it was built, Dewars was fit for purpose. However, we must now look to a new model, similar to facilities in other countries that have been built in recent years. They're very low cost, energy efficient, run well and profitable. I am confident this can be achieved by involving all the key stakeholders in the project, thus ensuring curling in Perth continues to grow and flourish for many years to come. Thanks for your time, and Vincent, I happily take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Loudon and Mr Bryson. We have a number of members wishing to ask questions. First of all, I've got Councillor Forbes with 2 questions for Mr Loudon, I think.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I've got 2 questions. One's pretty straightforward. I don't know a lot about curling. I've never played, but what would it cost to go along and have a game of curling? And given that finance is a big issue, as you know, for all local authorities, do you think that there's appetite within the community to pay a bit more? And if so, what do you think that would be?
So it would currently cost you £15, but if you were a Live Active member, that's £13.70, I believe. And yes, there is definitely an appetite to pay a little bit more. I must also add, though, at the lower level, there is subsidies if you're under 21, and also the curling is through the Schools Try programme is funded, so that's not something that we'd ask the schools to pay.
Thanks for that. And my second question is, we've had a huge number of letters from constituents over this, and I think in my time as an elected member, I've had more letters about curling than I've had about any other single topic. So well done to you all for rallying the troops, as it were. Maybe just talk us through the range of emotions that you went through when you learned that the rink was likely to close and not be reopened.
I can go first on that one. From my personal perspective, deep disappointment, I've got to say. I think reading the report, I felt there was, and that's the reason we're here today, I felt there was far more to come. A better informed decision could be made by including people who have a deep knowledge and understanding of both transformational programmes, but also of curling and the technical side of curling, and the fact that we could tap into, as I said, other countries that have similar models, and that going forward could make this sport viable and more palatable from a council and a financial point of view.
Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Councillor. Just to touch on what Pete has mentioned there, yeah, there's nothing positive for us about not having an ice offering in Perth. Every element of the pathway would be affected, from junior participation straight away to probably at least one Olympic cycle down the line. The high performance medals would also be affected. So there was no positivity, I'm afraid, in the report for us in terms of possibility of ice not being available in Perth. So yeah, the gamut of emotions ran from disappointment to, you know, anger, if I don't have another word for it than that, but for us to try and consider what the future of the sport looks like without a place like Perth is really, really difficult. As you can probably guess from a period of time last year, we lost another ice rink in the west of Scotland. To lose ice provision in Perth would mean there's a fairly significant pattern emerging in terms of the erosion of the sport, because then it would take us from roughly 10,000 registered participants down to closer to 8,000, and then the facility estate itself, with energy prices being what they are, it would be difficult to redeploy those people and be difficult to meet our needs in terms of a sporting or a financial end. So nothing good for us.
Bailey McLaren.
Thank you. I think this question is maybe for you, Mr. Bryson. You know, a facility that delivers more than curling, is this something that you've witnessed, you've got knowledge of within the sport, maybe not here in the UK but out with? Is that quite achievable for multiple sports to use a nice facility?
Thank you, Councillor. Short answer is yes, it absolutely is. I understand that there will be no doubt interest in developing a multi-sport model for delivery here in Perth. We've actually done that in other places in Scotland. You look at Forfar would be one example. You look down the road in Dundee, that would be another as well. So yeah, there's plenty of expertise available in terms of how you deliver the sporting side of it. And that just comes down to things like the size of the pad that you would use for the ice. But there's also then the amount of participation you could have, which would be significantly increased with a multi-sport model, provided it's big enough and there's certain elements of the transformation of the ice itself. So skating and hockey use a different quality of ice, it's different temperature, but there's plenty of innovations available worldwide to look at plant that can achieve that turnaround pretty quickly. There's experts in the country here in Scotland that we could call on, absolutely. And also there's some good case studies, particularly Germany and Canada, if you wanted to go elsewhere. But we've got more than enough expertise in Scotland to help members reach a multi-sport solution for sure.
Just to add to that, Councillor, I've experienced it myself all over the world. So in Canada, there's great models between golf and curling. So you have golf clubs and curling clubs situated together. They share resources, they share changing facilities, that sort of thing. And particularly in Canada, multi-use sports are big. So attached to some university campuses. So a number of their athletics teams, etc., swimming and all that sort of thing are all within one site. In an ideal world, what you would want from a ice provision would be an arena style and a separate curling club. That's the utopia. Just to give you a flavour of what's out there and what we're competing against, because then that caters for all your ice sports, including curling.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, sure.
Thanks for your deputation, Mr. Loud and Mr. Bryson. I was fortunate enough to get a visit to Dewar Centre on Friday, Friday past, and there were a large number of people up using the, I think you referred, Mr. Loudon, to the reopening of the catering facilities above the curling rink. As Councillor Forbes referred to, a lot of constituents have been in touch with us, and they seem to have written, raised some very good questions about the report. I've no doubt that you've read it in detail. So I wondered, in table 1 of the report, which gives the usage trends, and we find out that there were, in 22-23, just under 11,000 usages, but the future forecast demand was projected to be downwards. A lot of the constituents that have written to us have highlighted the increasing usage and the at capacity usage of the junior curling, I think on Tuesdays. What is your assessment of the numbers in the report, and B, the future forecast demand? Do you agree with the assessment in the report, or do you have a different analysis?
Sorry, can you switch your microphone over, please, Ms. Loudon? Thank you.
Switched it on then. Yeah. So as part of the sitting on the Perth Curling 1988 committee, we have regular meetings with the management team at Live Active Leisure, and usage is one of the things that we discuss regularly. my understanding, I have a different view, is that the numbers quoted in the report, we are 40% up on what is quoted in the report, because that's based on the current season. I think you'll find the numbers in the report were based on season 22-23. So since the start of the season in early September, month on month, we're 40% against the previous year, including, as you quoted, with the juniors, etc. So I think the bar and catering is a separate issue, because it's driven more footfall in for spectators, and also maintained the curlers before and after their curling sessions for a little bit longer within the facility. I don't know if Vincent can talk to future trends, maybe further across the country from a governing body point of view.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the intent for Scottish curling is to drive as much activity to our ice rink estate as possible, in terms of just a broad strokes approach to get more people through the doors, because we know that ice rinks are in trouble. We know that ice rinks need footfall and need participation and need ice used. So from our end, we've been looking at ways that we can help fund clubs like Perth Curling 1888 or rinks directly to enable that to happen. Most of our funding comes from Sport Scotland for these programmes, so they're aligned with government objectives from Holyrood around equality, diversity and inclusion and participation. But participation numbers are notoriously hard to capture, because we've got roughly 1,000 people have got a direct relationship with us through GeoCentre, through our membership database, but there's at least 50% more than that who will curl as participants. But there's always a little confidence grade around the data that you have to take into account. The example would be if you had a game of five-a-side football, there's no direct relationship with the SFA around that, for example, even though there might be 10 or 12 people running around a football pitch. So I agree with Pete and with Perth Curling 1888, the amount of participants has been increased significantly since the ice went back down in September, and that's been a community upwards move through volunteers and through successful advertising of programmes such as Try Curling.
Thank you. Councillor Rebek.
Thanks very much, Provost, and thanks both for your presentation. Always nice to hear from our next Lethem boy, obviously, Pete, so thank you for that. As you both already alluded to, I think partnership working here will be really crucial, and I welcome your commitment, Vince, on behalf of Scottish Curling to do that. And it might be an unfair question, because I know none of you are here representing the World Curling Federation, but they do have a presence in Perth. And I just wonder if you've any thoughts on what they should be doing to help, realise our ambitions here, our mutual ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, there are a number of strategic partners, of which World Curling, recently rebranded, by the way, no longer Federation. There are a number of strategic partners that we can call upon, World Curling being one. And it is unique in Scotland to have a world level federation such as World Curling in Perth, and make no mistake, that is directly correlated to the fact that there is a significant curling presence here on the ground at Dewars. In my deliberations with our strategic partners, which have gone on for weeks and months, it's not just been a last week thing, we are quite connected. There is certainly a desire for all of those partners to get around the table and talk about how we can make curling established in Perth. But what I can't really guarantee is that anybody would want to support an at-risk venue. And I realise that's a real challenge for members as well. But from my own end, for our own organisation, we'd like to get genuinely a little bit closer to the ice rink community and our curling community, because at the moment we are based in an office that doesn't have an ice rink close by. So speaking for Scottish Curling, we'd be very interested in getting closer to participants, closer to members. And I know that World Curling, Sport Scotland, British Curling, Scottish Curling Trust, to name but a few, would be keen to help us on that journey.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, please.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, gentlemen, for your presentations. You spoke briefly about Sport Scotland, and you also spoke about Live Active Leisure. You must realise that funding from local authorities who fund Live Active Leisure, this authority do, and Sport Scotland is going to continue to fall. And I was wondering what you thought about trying to get into a situation where you weren't dependent on local authorities or funding from outside bodies to stay afloat. We know what happened to Ayr Ice Rink, and I curl at Kinross, and you'll know from as well that Kinross has now got a curling trust. which has got complete control of the facility we use. And I wondered, and that allowed investment to come from other bodies like this council and other areas to revamp the whole building and make it modern and usable. And I curled last week, and I looked the next day's curling, and there wasn't a single space. It's like that all the time. So I was wondering if you thought there's maybe another model we could adopt for Perth to guarantee the long-term future of curling. And I think it's very important that we do guarantee the long-term future of curling in Perth.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Kinross is a great example. Ice utilisation's up in the high 90%, which means it's, as you say, it's very, very difficult to get any spare ice, which is great for the venue and great for the club. There are many different ownership models across the ice rink estate at the moment in Scotland. You did allude to Ayr, the council leader in South Ayrshire Council, when we were having dialogue with them last year, indicated that their preferred ownership model would have been a charity, and that's something that we would want to support. If anybody wanted to support us on the way to getting an ice rink established and look at the ownership structure. So yeah, I agree that public ownership isn't the only way to do it. Certainly looking at the trust model for sure, and we've got privately owned ice rinks in Scotland which are successful as well, for being one that comes to mind straight away. So it is not the only way for sure, but we'd want to be able to explore that. And the key thing is for us here in Perth, we don't want to see a break in provision either. So there are many facets that we have to sort out and get around the table, and we're committed to doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Provost. And I'd just like to follow on with Councillor Stewart's question, if I may. But first off, thank you for your presentation. It's probably a question for both of you. The figure work we have, as he mentioned, was a downward trend. You mentioned it's going up. And I just wonder, first of all, why is that going up? Do you think it's a knock-on effect of the Olympic situation with the Muirhead, the win? Do they encourage people's interest? Is it because there's a threat to the rink itself and maybe that encouraging people? And more importantly, is the trend going to be sustained going up? Will it ease as slightly as people get past that time?
So first of all, the trend's going up because since the threat to closure, if you want, we got around the table with Live Active Leisure and we set up essentially a wider part of Perth Curling 1988. We held an open meeting, we gathered ideas and we produced a plan to drive up usage. So some of the results from that plan, if you want, we attracted a European B division in November, countries from all over Europe. So ice utilisation for a whole week was completed during the day. It's sometimes, as you can imagine, a challenge to fill the sheets of ice. In addition to the Perth Masters, we've towards the end of this month, we're running a competition called the Chuck Hay Farmers. We've just this weekend, as your fellow councillor had said, been up. There was a European Junior curling event this weekend. That's a new event. We've taken some established competitions that would previously be knockout competitions, and this might sound small, but we've made them into league competitions, so you get more games, so you drive up usage. So really the delivery plan from a local level with volunteers is what's driven up the usage.
Councillor, if I may, there are elements of sports delivery that are not linear, because it's so volunteer driven, it's so reliant on volunteers like Pete and so many members of the public gallery today, that you ask a linear question, it's difficult to give a linear answer. So that the trend would be that if you have a vibrant, engaged, committed community, as Perth has, be it swimming, curling, football, participation will be sustained and likely increased. And that's driven from the bottom up. Of course, the note that the venue was under threat last year had that effect, and Pete's just highlighted many of the successes in the last few months that have come to Perth. So access to a venue that can be negotiated, worked with either through local authority or whoever owns it, is absolutely critical. But when it comes to delivering sport and for sport to be placed in that education part that I mentioned earlier, or for it to have an impact on hard to reach communities, which isn't a great phrase because the communities are always there, it's sometimes the sport that is hard to reach, then you've got to be consistent. So it's the opportunity to be consistent in terms of delivery, time, person, and if you wanted that somebody in the same t-shirt the same place every week delivering the sport, that's what gets participation up, and that's what gets sport into the DNA of the young people that we're looking to target specifically.
Thank you. Councillor Welch.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for appearing to speak so passionately about curling. Mr. Loudon actually, I think, came on to answer certainly part of the question that I was going to ask in this aspect of usage, because I think it was touched on earlier by Councillor Stewart. It's so important, and it's so important that we properly understand what that is. I think what you've clearly stated out, it is incredibly linked into effectively the enthusiasm and participation of volunteers. And it's really encouraging to hear some of the things you've been doing. But my further question is, in terms of that wider demographic, the importance of not only providing curling for young people, but older people in the community well, and this multi-generational aspect. You know, in terms of you know, the importance of curling and how that works, and also the social aspect of it. I guess because that's going to be very important to understand as we go forward with a possible project.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Forgot the question now. So yeah, going back to the age, I'll give you one live example. Last week I was playing in a game where a team we were playing against came from Pitlochry, and a mix of ages, and one of the gentlemen was in his 80s. Now we have regular conversations with people of a elderly age, if you want, that say, particularly at this time of year, it's the social side that gets them out of the house and to travel down and to spend some time having a game of curling and going upstairs and having a drink and meeting new people afterwards. So I think that gives you an idea of the multi-generational side of it. In terms of the usage numbers, the only other thing I would add to it is we do, in addition to the school, try some corporate curling. So they may or may not be included in the numbers. I'm not entirely sure. So we have had an increase in some businesses. We have a business challenge every year where we try to encourage some curlers to come along and play with some local business people to, again, drive the engagement side of things and the usage.
Thanks, Pete. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the average age of all our registered members is over 50, so curling has a strong presence in that over 50 demographic. One of the #1 causes of any form of poor mental health at the moment is social isolation. So as Pete's just said, the opportunity to even have the chance to stay behind or turn up early at Dewars this year has been hugely impactful in the success of the programmes. The difficult thing, or the difficult circle to square for any form of sports development project, is, I suppose, that consistency element. And whilst everybody wants participation to be in numbers of hundreds and thousands, if you're talking about deeply impactful and making an impact on someone's life to keep them in the sport, the numbers that are achievable in the short term are 10s and 20s. So that's a difficult circle to square, because obviously we're talking about participation, we're talking about upwards trends, but for us it's be consistent, keep the person in the sport for longer, because those are the types of programmes that we can directly fund from Scottish Curling HQ versus what Peter and the curling community here in Perth can deliver as well. So we're trying to cover as many bases as we can, but it's unlikely we can have a development programme that keeps people in the sport in their thousands. What we do have is a very successful digital tool. The Try Curling website gets roughly 3,000 people a year onto the ice at least once or booking a session. And then what comes after that, how we retain them, what the offer is at the club and rink is unique to that community and that environment. So we've got to, that's something we think we can do a little bit better on for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Duff next, please.
Thank you, Provost. I have 2 questions, but hopefully they're both short enough to add in. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your deputation. I attended the PAC meeting that you had at Dewars Centre last March, April, whenever it was, and I also recently took up the invitation to go along to a junior training session. I think it was last Tuesday evening, and speak to some of the coaches and the juniors, and I was pleased to see how busy the ice was with youngsters being taught the game. In terms of the future Dewars and the transformation review, are you aware if there's been any consultation with yourselves or other representatives of the sport in terms of the report before us today?
So in terms of formal consultation, we were asked to provide some numbers, but I didn't get, and I gave that responsibility to our head of sport and communities, who's far closer to that than I, to speak to some of the consultants. And we've had fairly consistent conversations with Live Active over time as well, in terms of being able to contribute to the report. I don't remember an opportunity to do that, and I would welcome the chance to have done it. But I can't recall having had the opportunity to do that. No, I wasn't able to attend the public consultation session that you went to, though, Councillor, last year, sadly.
And the second part of my question, going back to Councillor Forbes' first question, do you think about buying or paying for playing the sport? Do you buy a rink, as it were? Because presumably a rink might involve up to 8 players, but also one player and a coach might want a rink to train. So how does that work in terms of payments?
So in general, it's the amount that I said. So 8 players would pay £15 or £13.70 per rink. I don't know the specific charging structure for a coach and an individual. That's something that is done through the management team at Live Active Leisure. But I know there is availability for any types, whether it be the sport being mixed doubles to being your traditional 8, and the pricing's adjusted accordingly. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I would align with Pete's comments, but the interesting thing is when the ice is on and there are spare lanes or spare sheets, then the ice could be used. If you go to Kinross, Councillor, you would see potentially one-on-one or one-on small group coaching, which isn't competition related. And that's, again, up to the management of the centre to provide, because if there's free ice that's available, it's far better to get it sold than not, but that is genuinely a question for the facility providers.
So just we follow up on that. It was just in relation to the figures, and I just wondered if, people were paying for a rink, and would you know whether that was 2 people or 8 people that were playing on it?
To my knowledge, Councillor, the assumption would be that it would be for a competition, so it would be between 6 and 8 players. But there are alternative versions of the sport, such as quick curling, and of course you've got mixed doubles as well. So there'll be a degree of error or a margin of error for sure in any assumption made around who's taking part in the ice.
Thank you. Leader of the Council.
Thanks both of you for your presentation, and I'm going to be slightly provocative here and move away from the questions you've had before. Ayr ice rink closed last year. You knew there was a review coming through, transformation. Did any of you, until this week, make any attempt to contact any of the elected members here when you know and could look at the figures of what the public purse was having to provide through Live Active Leisure to continue curling last year, etc.? Or is it only since then? The second question is, when I think and Pete, you'll know better than me, but my recollection was when the ice rink moved from Dunkeld Road, which was a nice ice rink as well, up to where it was owned by a committee, and they couldn't make it stack up, so they handed it over to the public purse, and that was, I don't know, a good lot of years ago when there was a lot more colour, so it didn't stack up then. It's now in a different place. I think we'll have to all maybe stop pointing the finger at each other about this is happening, and we're going to have to start working together if we're going to get anything sorted out. So my question is to you, I don't think that you've worked particularly well with us up to this point. Moving forward, we have to change that. I don't know if you knew that nobody came from curling, and my concern with PH2O as it was, as the all singing, all dancing one, there'd be no curling in Perth for 2 years while that new building was made. And that could have finished the curling. So we need to all be talking together. So I'm asking you, are you willing to come to the table now and we can all try and work something together? Because the building it's in just now, do you, Pete or Vincent, really think it will ever be viable to be sustainable in the building it's in just now without the public purse contributing to the provision of curling in Perth and Kinross? Sorry, there was a few questions there and a few comments. So,
yeah, there was a few questions. Come to Bronson.
Forgive me for being flippant, Councillor. I'll give a politician's answer to a room of politicians. Without giving you an assurance on whether it could be viable or not, we need to understand far more of the transactional data that goes through the tills. The experience in Ayr was a difficult one, but we did learn a few things from the investigations that were undertaken by Glasgow Ice Centre and shared with ourselves. We were trying our best to get everybody around the table to keep that open. I did contact elected members last February when the initial warning that the review was coming up and that the venue was under threat. I did email elected members, and it was Paul who got in touch directly, and we had some conversations after that. But I do agree, to get in this position we're in now, everybody has to do better, and I'll take our medicine on that. But I can guarantee that we'll be part of any solution here, and we'll galvanise the partners that I mentioned earlier on to get around the table and support members to retain curling in Perth.
Thanks, Councillor. Just to add to Vincent, if you don't mind, I would echo absolutely what Vincent said. Just to talk to the point you made about the previous group before the ownership transfer to Live Active Leisure. I was part of that at that board, and the transfer was on the firm understanding that if you broke it down into 3 areas, curling broke even at that point in time, had done for a number of years. There were potential issues with the numbers of bowlers to make it break even, and I think the numbers off the top of my head were 1,600 bowlers when we opened in 1990 Endure Centre, currently about 130 bowlers. So from a sustainability point of view, that was an issue. And the third issue was the use of the large building, as we all know, at Endure Centre. It's not just curling, there are a number of meeting rooms, function rooms. We've had World Bowls, we've had various functions with the marquee in the bowling hall. We've had farmers' dances in the curling hall during the summer months, etc. All big cash generators. The keys were handed over on the firm understanding you must maintain this to be able to make it a viable proposition. And for whatever reason, that hasn't been the case. Hence the reason that it's in the situation it is just now.
Could I just come back on that? But that's probably because it's become the age of the building.
Is there a question?
So can you not agree that that it's the age of the building is contributing and the price of energy, etc. So that would be some of the reasons. Surely you would agree.
That's certainly a factor, but not the only factor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Peter. It's great to see your enthusiasm coming through there and answering the questions well. I'd like to change it a wee bit as well. In Glasgow, there's a small football team called Queen's Park. They play at Hampden Park, and that's the holy grail, the holy ground for football. Do you see Dewars as a holy grail for curling? That's part one of my question. Part two is, how do you see Dewars and how do you see ice being, not necessarily Dewars, sorry, how do you see PH2O and ice being developed beyond curling? And how can we establish this as a real winning place to go? Thanks.
So I agree. I think the multi-sport model element, the 3 ice sports that you would probably put in the banner are curling, ice hockey and ice skating. And I think there are clear models across Scotland, never mind going international. If you went to Dumfries, you would see multi-sport being played in Dumfries, but it's a multi-pad solution, Councillor. So if the multi-sport solution is attractive to members, then great. If it keeps curling in Perth and it keeps it to a standard that Pete and the community are able to maintain, then we want to be part of that, and we would support anything that keeps curling going. So what it does mean is there's significant participation. These are anecdotal numbers that we've got through the exercise we did last year with Ayr, so please forgive me, there may be a margin of error, but there is significant revenue potential for skating. And of course, ice hockey has got what quite a few sports cover, which is fan culture. And not that many sports have got fan culture like ice hockey. So you're looking at off-ice experience, social media. So a multi-pad, multi-sport model would be really attractive, but that's probably not viable in the current building at the moment in Dewars. So for us, it's keeping curling in Perth. Obviously, Dewars is iconic as a venue, but it's Perth, the city, that is probably more iconic for curling. So.
Okay, thank you. Members, if you have more than one question, if you only ask deputies 2 questions at a time, because they're doing very well, but it is quite hard actually for them and for everyone else to follow what is being asked of them. So if you can keep it to 2 questions at a time, I will let you come back for more questions. But just for them, they are doing very well. But just leave from me, Councillor Cuthbert, please.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, as a Kinross councillor, I want to dwell on the success of Kinross Curling Trust. It's a model that seems to work down there. They own the building, they look after it, they create a sense of community. I was speaking to one of their members last night, and they said that they run the bar at a loss, and they do that because that encourages people to have the after game social bit, if you like. In terms of moving forward, do you think the curlers would be willing to form some sort of trust or development trust and possibly have ownership of a part of a building or a full building?
Thanks, Councillor. It's definitely something as part of future discussions that we would have to consider. I think my initial reaction is the size and scale of what happens in Perth is slightly different to what happens in Kinross. And if we are going down a multi-ice use solution, potentially involving skating and ice hockey, that might bring added complications. However, to scale up what happens in Kinross from a pure curling point of view is definitely achievable.
Yeah, I would agree, Councillor. Kinross is obviously a set of circumstances to be celebrated as well, but when you scale it up from even 4 sheets and you look at 6 or 8, how that's sustained and the delivery of participation, any kind of informal curling, I don't have information to say to you there that it's a direct comparison, because we would hope that members would consider a minimum of 6 sheets for a facility in Perth, either retained duos at the moment at 8 or something else that looked at 6 or a multi-pad. But definitely the trust and ownership model, I think, is there to be explored for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Barnett.
Thank you, Provost. If I could go back to where we started with the question from Councillor Forbes, you told us what the rates were for curling for just coming in and playing as a rink. Can you explain how it works for junior curling, both for the training sessions and also for schools coming in, please, and what the income to LAL looks like from that? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm not sure I could give you all the pricing structures. I know Paul Cromwell's here. He might be better informed than me from a junior perspective. I know there is a reduced rate for junior curlers. I also know that junior curlers can purchase a practice ticket for a small amount, which means they can basically turn up any time, and if there's a free sheet of ice, they can go on and practice, and that's available for the whole season.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Vincent, and thank you, Pete, who I know very, very well. I'm obviously into the golf, and curling goes hand in hand. I know how important curling is to this area, very important. Could you just explain to me, because I'm not sure about how the setup is, if you're a golfer, you're a member of a club, and I presume you're a member of the curling club in Perth. If you're a visitor, you can pay a fee to come and play at the golf course. Can a visitor come and pay a fee? And and how do they go about that? And I'm only talking about making extra revenue. Thank you.
Council, that's entirely down to the venue and how they offer it. The example would be from the one example I've got for you would be through our try curling program. Then they would turn up at an agreed time, and they'd have a coach and they'd have an experience, and then they would do it for approximately 2 hours, and then go away and either come back or not hopefully come back. But the ice is there to be utilised at the behest of the venue, because the one thing none of the venues want is empty ice. And we don't own any venues at Scottish Curling either, by the way, so I'm just very conscious I'm speaking of something I am in no way an expert in.
I suppose just to add to that, Councillor, in the same way as in golf, you would pay a subscription to the SGU. As a curling member, we pay a subscription to Scottish Curling. So, for example, my home curling club's Dunning Curling Club. We are part of a province. There's 5 provinces that all curl within Perth. Every club would charge their own members a subscription. So, for example, say I would pay £40 a year to play as a member of Dunning. A proportion of that goes to Scottish Curling. The rest of that goes into the club. And then for every time I play, I pay £15. As Vincent says, some other clubs and ice rinks, use a different model. I think you may pay your whole year's fees up front. You may be just Edinburgh Curling Club, be a member of that club. The model's different across the country.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, gentlemen, for your interesting deputations. A couple of questions, if I may. The first one is, you mentioned a 40% increase on the baseline in terms of usage in recent months, and that's obviously very welcome. What was the total usage last year, and how does that compare to usage in previous years? Obviously, pandemic allowing, that would be my first question. And the second question, in your experience, how does Live Active Leisure's charge per play compare with others across Scotland? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. I think to answer your first question, the year's usage are in the papers. I've not got it in front of me, so sorry, I can't compare it. But clearly there was pre-COVID usage, which was up. Then we were down slightly the first year after COVID, which was season 22-23, and then the totals for this year we would anticipate would be up 40% on year 22-23. Sorry, can you remind me your second question? I forgot what it was. Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the other question simply was, how does Live Active Leisure's charge per play compare with others across Scotland in your experience?
Very cheap. So on average, we at £15 and even £13.70 will be at the bottom end of ice charges across the rest of Scotland. Other ice rinks, you're paying £20 to play one game. I don't know if Vincent can add to that.
No, I would agree with Pete's comments entirely. It's on the lower end, which means it's very accessible. But if you're talking revenue, then it's not going to move the dial.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you both for your deputations. Don't know if I should admit this, but in my younger days, I spent an inordinate amount of time at the old ice rink. Not so much with the curlers, more with the ice hockey socialisation and the ice skating. But increasingly, more and more of the usage of the ice rink was given over to curling exclusively on the for the reasons that were given. I was young, that the quality of the ice was compromised too much by other ice sports using the same surface. And I think I heard you saying in an earlier response, I think to Councillor Allen's question, that being able to use the ice for other sports is a possibility. I just want to make sure my understanding of that's correct.
Thanks, Councillor. With technology and the advancement and the skills of our ice technicians, that's not really an issue anymore. So we know currently just now we have public. So I'll give you an example. Over Christmas, New Year, there was public skating, and 2 days later, the ice was prepared and ready for the world-class Perth Masters competitions. So as long as they've got a set amount of time to turn that round, from skating ice to curling ice, it's achievable.
Very pleased to hear that. I don't have a supplementary question, therefore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Loudon and Mr. Bryson. That does conclude your questioning from members for today. We're very grateful. Members, we have a second deputation from Mr. Stuart Eddington and Miss Eve Thompson, the president of Perth City Swim Club, who have 10 minutes to share between them, and the Deputy Provost will advise on timings again. You may begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing both myself and Stuart to speak today. We're both coming from a different angle, so we'll probably spend 5 minutes with me and 5 minutes with Stuart. I'm speaking here today as the president of Perth City Swim Club and on behalf of our members. The discussion around the long-awaited PH2O project. Unfortunately, current recommendations are now for the loss of the leisure water in any new facility, with the only provision being training and teaching pools. While on the surface, it may seem like this proposal is positive for our highly successful swimming club, myself and our members are rightly significantly concerned about the logistics of this proposal. Some of the things that have been put forward so far highlight the lack of understanding on how the water is currently used, both for club use and public swimming. You know from the figures that have come out in the report that the footfall in Perth Leisure Pool is high compared to other venues, and mostly that is made up of leisure swimmers. As a club, we currently use the training pool at Perth Leisure Pool for 16 hours a week, but we do, however, have to top that up, paying for extra time at private schools like Kilgrassan, travelling to Live Active Lochleven and Kinross every week, as well as travelling down to Stirling University. That is to enable us to train for the amount of hours that we need to maintain our level within national and international competition. Add our own user hours to that of clubs like the Disability Swimming every week, Perth Masters who train regularly, the Perth Canoe Club who also use the pool, and I wonder how we propose to maintain all these club hours but also allow enough public access for leisure swimming to be maintained for the thousands who currently pass through Perth Leisure Pool doors each year. While we definitely welcome the opportunity to receive a brand new training pool, the priority in any new plans must be to ensure that there is enough water volume to serve both club users and the community. While pools can be subdivided into lanes, currently Perth City uses 5 lanes the majority of our sessions, and all these run at capacity. Our sessions are full to the brim with children. We couldn't just use one end of the pool, for example, and leave the shallow end for leisure swimming, as our performance level swimmers need the full pool to train up and down a 25-metre length. I've also seen some conflicting information on whether the proposal includes 6 or an 8-lane pool. If it were 6 lanes and we require 5, that would not leave much room for leisure swimming. The current and the wave created by our top squad swimmers, who are the users of the pool most nights, would not be conducive with having very small children beside us in the lanes. Perth City Swim Club are training young athletes who are competing on a national and international stage, which takes an enormous amount of commitment from swimmers and families and the club. Yet no one has stepped forward to consult with us yet. Possibly, I have not been in the role for a very long time, so my predecessor probably has been in touch with all of you at some point with the previous closure of the pool. Our training hours are already woefully less than what swimming clubs in Scotland have access to. The lack of pools being put into our new build schools has added to that. If we had access to those, we may not need quite so much access to Perth Leisure Pool's training. Our training pool is serving a population of just under 50,000 people in the city of Perth, and that's inadequate. Pool provision per head of population is well below the national average, yet the proposal is to further reduce that capacity. Removing leisure water would leave Perth dreadfully lacking in affordable facilities for families to enjoy. We should be encouraging the enjoyment of sport and fitness for the next generation, not removing these opportunities. While gyms provide a great, simple exercise, they cannot be accessed by every generation in the way that pools can. Swimming is not just a sport, it's a fundamental life skill and one of the best forms of fitness for every generation, be it young babies or our pensioners. 40% of our children are still leaving school unable to swim. It's unacceptable and frankly worrying when Scotland has such a large number of open water spaces. We hear every year stories of people losing their life in open water. Those who aren't competitive or fitness lane swimmers currently come to the leisure pool to access water safely and at an affordable level. Where we might see groups of young teens seeking water fun on a warm day when Perth Leisure Pool is no longer available to them. I urge any of you to witness Perth Leisure Pool on a Friday night or at the weekends, and you will see it's full to the brim with families enjoying affordable fun safely in the water. While we do understand the costs and budgets, they play a massive part in any decision taken. It has now been announced by Mr. Lane that there will be a consideration to include ice in the proposal. I'd like to ask if that then means that there could be an opportunity to look back at a heat exchange system to make sure that we have the correct volume of ice and water to serve both. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stuart Eddington. I'm a local resident and a casual user of the Perth Pool, along with many other residents. In addition to the comments made by Eve, I'd like to highlight the concerns of casual users and the importance of the leisure pool to their long-term interests. So far, we've seen over 1,700 signatures for the Save Our Pool petition. Yet, despite the outcry in favour of the leisure pool, we see little physical presence either in this room or in the local press from this movement. Councillors would do well to remember that it is difficult to turn people out for an abrupt campaign in the same reason that it is difficult to turn people out on an election day, because they are young mostly, and also because they have kids in a lot of cases. Simply put, they're cross-pressured with work, care and domestic duties and have scarce time to get out and get political. Conversely, the curling community skews heavily towards a well-networked older clientele with more free time and international ties, so it's very easy to spin up a rapid campaign. This is not meant as a knock against the curling community. My stepfather is a curler, so I understand the importance of the sport and what it contributes to the area's character. But I would ask that when it comes to deciding the nature of future leisure facilities in Perth, that councillors keep in mind the Perth Leisure Pool is the single most used feature in Perth outright. Annually, it hosts 314,000 leisure swim sessions per year. That's 4 times the number of training and swim lessons combined, and 28 times the footfall of the Jurors Centre. Its demand is reflected in its consistent and popular use. Beyond the reasons highlighted by Eve about the incompatibility between the needs of leisure and athletic swimmers, it's also in the Council's interest to retain a bespoke leisure and training pool moving forward, because they both play critical roles in achieving local and national targets of fighting bad health and obesity. Perth Pool is a place where kids are actually excited to visit because it has the flumes, the jacuzzis, the rapids and the wet play areas. It breaks a cycle of sedentary lifestyle that makes chronic illness in this country so endemic and continues, and it comes at huge taxpayer expense, which continues to rise year on year. And because of these features, it turns them into repeat patrons, ensuring that they engage in consistent activity alongside their parents. And as they grow older, it encourages them to maintain healthy lifestyles and continue exercising. If we're serious about tackling bad health, we have to think about the core factor which makes exercise habitual, which is that it's fun. Many users of the pool are also external to Perth, so displacing demand for leisure swimming to somewhere like Dundee doesn't make much sense. If you're like me, who grew up in Comrie, or maybe somewhere like Kinloch Rannoch or Mewthal, then your parents use Perth as a hub. They come to get shopping and local amenities and then drop children off at the pool. So it isn't possible to displace that demand to Dundee. Never mind the number of visitors who come from outside the council area, because Perth offers one of the few remaining pools with flumes and wet play in Scotland. It's a regional economic attraction that brings people to the city, and when they spend money at the pool, they also spend money on the high street or in cafes. There's a myopia if we fail to see these water features as a unique tourist attraction, and by extension, a part of a joint tourist plan alongside a refurbished museum and city hall. The fact that the current facilities are also low cost makes it appealing for families, because it's one of the few things that kids both want to do and low income families can afford to access regularly. And because it's monitored by proactive members of staff, parents have peace of mind that their children are safe and doing something constructive instead of hanging around street corners and on evenings and weekends. Finally, I'll end by noting that Perth is one of the oldest council areas in Scotland. A quarter of residents are now 65 or older. This creates a long-term financial burden for council budgets that will only get more intense over coming decades due to statutory obligations around social care. For the average council, this will mean a 10% increase in social care over the next decade alone. To balance this, more families either need to move to the area or be born here to pay taxes and to grow the local economy, thus council revenue. And to do this, it needs to have amenities to attract them. It needs services that they want to use. If Perth and Kinross continues to grow, eventually business investment will slow down because there's not enough labour. This creates a negative recursion, which reinforces economic decline and continues to drive away people while eroding for council finances further. To break this trend, there has to be a local amenities that continue to serve local needs and local demands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions so far for you. The first question is from Councillor Forbes.
Thanks. Was it Eve? Yeah, I'm guessing there's a correlation between people who go into the pool and just do leisure swimming and then gradually move on and become better at it and want to join the club. Can you tell us anything about that?
Yes, so I suppose, from, like you say, from the leisure swimming side of things, we have children, it's their first experience of water. So when they come into the leisure pool and they have fun, they form a good impact on how they feel about water. But the majority of our swimmers tend to come through Live Active's lessons or private lessons. You will find that a lot of our swimmers come for their lessons. They pay upstairs sometimes to then go for a leisure swim straight after. So our swimmers love water. They spend as much time as they can in it generally. So yes, they'll spend an hour training with us. Their parents will pay for them and their friends to come in, and then they'll go and spend an hour leisure swimming.
Bailey.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, both of you, for your deputations today. My question is also for you, Eve. You highlighted the potential for clashes between different swim usages in a smaller potential pool facility. As someone who's recently been to those Friday evening and Saturday leisure swim sessions, that's something that's close to my heart. Going a bit deeper on the question that Councillor Forbes asked, does the potential reduction in leisure swim capacity directly affect future recruitment to your club to the extent that you no longer have as big a training ground available for people to graduate into the more serious side of competitive swimming? Thank you.
Yes, so it would impact our recruitment if we didn't have that access to the amount of hours that we currently do. We are already struggling on the hours that we have. We have less than we had pre-COVID. We still, as I said in my speech, we use Kilgrassan School for 1 hour a week. We use Live Active Loch Leven for 2 hours a week. And we travel up and down to Stirling University on a Saturday afternoon to do 2 hours there. So if our hours were to reduce, we already have a full row of children at all of our swimming sessions. So, for example, the small ones that are coming through, we have a bit of the dynamics of the children that are in our club currently are slightly different than what we would have had previously, and that's an impact of COVID. And the intake that we took in after COVID brought in older children who'd missed the opportunity to join at the age they usually would have. So we've got a kind of glut of a certain age. So we don't have anybody going out one end, which we previously would lose swimmers every year going off to university. We don't have that at the moment. So we have to be very careful of what we take in because we just don't have the capacity to keep facilitating their training sessions.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Provost, and thank you for your deputation. You mentioned on a Friday and a Saturday night there's a lot of people wanting to get in. Just to confirm, I mean, people do actually wait. You know, they don't get bored and go off somewhere else. They do wait to get into the leisure pool. I think it's an hour or 2 hour session per time. I'm not sure how the facility works, but they do queue up and they do wait for a long time, I understand. Is that right?
Yeah, so a Friday evening, not just a Saturday evening, Saturday morning. So we actually on a Saturday train before the pool is open to the public. So we train 8 till 10 a.m. When we come out of the pool at 10 a.m, there's often a queue right down the stairs, especially at this time of year when, you know, in Scotland our activities and our sporting activities are limited with the weather, that it is a great way for children to exercise and adults to exercise. So there's generally a queue, especially when the weather is not great.
Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Thank you for your presentation. You look quite emotional when you were doing that, so well done getting through it. I'd like to ask you, what do you see as the optimum? What are you looking for? Can you just explain what you think is the solution that everybody's going to be looking for here? Is it flumes? Is it leisure? Is it splash? Is it waves? What is it?
So that's probably a two-pronged question. From a personal point of view, as a member of the public with children who have going to the leisure pool, I would be upset to see the loss of flumes and well water and things that you struggle to find elsewhere in Scotland and are a big draw to our pool. And the fun element of sport. You know, this country really struggles to get children into sport. Swimming is a very, very dedicated sport. When you're involved with it, it takes up many hours. I think once you're involved with one sport, I listened to the curlers. I was very impressed with their chat as well, and I feel for them as well. I think when you're involved with sport, you become very passionate about it. To not see children have the opportunity to be involved with sport would be very. I see that as a terrible thing. It does having those facilities creates such a nice atmosphere for the children. They have a positive connection with the water. You know, they shouldn't have to go abroad to experience their first shot on a water slide and have fun. They shouldn't. Access to water should be good fun for everyone that's going. I think realistically, from the president of the swim club point of view, rather than a public point of view, I know that having access to a training pool is my #1 priority. I want my swimmers to be able to access that. Not having leisure water, whether it be flumes, if they're out of the equation, if there's no leisure water, then my club's access is reduced. So I suppose if we're just looking at the training pool, could we have a 10-lane pool, 5 for us, 5 for the public? If it comes to that, where there's no flumes and there's no wild water and all these things, or is there a way of incorporating a space in the teaching pool that could be a leisure area on the end of that? I don't know what the full proposal is for the training pool and how big the training pool and the teaching pool are meant to be. So yeah, I've seen, as I say, conflicting things. One thing says it's 6 lanes, which currently is not much bigger than we're using. I can't imagine everybody who's in the leisure side of the pool at the same time as we're training would all fit in a 1 6-lane pool. 8-lane pool gives us a bit more room. You know, could we push it out to a 10-lane pool so that half the pool could be used for training, half the pool for leisure swimming? Or does the teaching pool have something on the end of it that is a bit of fun with some small slides for children to splash about in? I know it all comes down to budget, but it's making it work and having enough volume of water for everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Stewart.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Ms Thompson and Mr Edington for your deputations. I'm going to ask a very similar question to the one that you will have heard me ask of the curlers. In terms of future forecast demand, we're being told that swimming lessons is increasing, but swimming usage overall is decreasing. Is that your anticipation? Is it, you know, in your experience, is that what you would both anticipate, or do you have a different analysis of the situation?
From a training perspective with the club, we are not seeing a downturn in our members. We're still having people applying to join every year. We did see a downturn during COVID, but as we know, we had no access to pools, so there is that generation of a few years who are a little bit behind and have missed that opportunity, and it's about trying to keep them involved now. I don't forecast a downturn. As I say, you see Perth Leisure Pool at the weekends, it's packed with children. That might not be competitive swimming, that might not be swimming to a high level. That's children enjoying water safely under the supervision of lifeguards. But I don't think the footfall has reduced from what I've seen.
I suppose I'd just add to that, I don't really know so much about the specific kind of long-term trends, but what I will say as a sort of casual user, as someone who lives locally, is that it is starting to pick up a sort of negative reputation due to its kind of the disrepair that it's sort of starting to come into. So that's possibly also having an impact on its long-term usage, because it's starting to become less appealing as an attraction than perhaps if we had, when the report was first proposed, made that transition to a new facility back in, say, 2014 or so. Thanks.
Thanks very much. And just very briefly, Provost, thanks to all of the 4 deputies for the very precise and concise answers.
Thank you. Councillor Rebick.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks very much both for the presentation. Just to be so I can be clear what we're speaking about here, I think what we're saying is that alongside proper swimming, if I can call it that, we need some kind of fun, family-friendly leisure swimming. Is that right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Okay, thank you, Provost, and thank you both for your deputation. Just before I start, just correct you slightly, Ms Thompson, but actually Scotland has quite a high participatory level in sport in Europe, if you look at who competes and who watches, but maybe we need to be competing. The question I have is just following on from Councillor Rebek's question. You've talked quite a lot about both the swimming club use and the public use, and as I'm sure you understand, there's a limited budget here. You understand the constraints that both have, and it kind of came out from your conversation that there is things that when you're using the swimming club, the public can't use it and vice versa. And I assume you understand that constraint that we have. Thanks.
Oh yes, I do understand that constraint, that when we're using it, that the public can't use it. Obviously, we pay to use the pool when we use it, so we hire 5 lanes, which then prevents the public from using those lanes, correct?
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for the deputies, so thank you very much to all of our deputies this afternoon rather. It is not an easy thing to come speak before the full council and indeed answer questions, so thank you very much to all of you. Members, we're now moving to answers for questions to officers, and I'm sure members have questions they wish to ask Mrs Robertson on the back of her report. First question is from Bailey.
Thank you. I have a question, then a related follow-up, if I may. Does the questions about page 221 in the report, section 5.19, does the loss of leisure water mean the loss of leisure swimming? That's more of a tongue twister than I thought when I wrote it. Thank you.
Bailey, no. Leisure water, in terms of being a standalone facility within the current pool, which is what we all know and are used to, is different from programming in time for leisure swimming. And I do take the point made by Stuart very eloquently there about, and Eve, that swimming needs to be fun. In the course of this review and also in previous work that we've done over many years now for PH2O, we've looked at a number of different facilities across the UK just to try and understand how other local authorities facing exactly the same financial challenges as us have tried to solve the problem. In a number of instances, they have addressed it by programming in leisure swimming into an 8-lane pool. And that does present some programming challenges, as Eve has highlighted, but it is possible and seems to work well in the examples that we looked at.
Yeah.
In follow-up to that, I understand that the current leisure water gives space for 120 leisure swimmers in the water, and lessons and fitness swim and swim club can happen at the same time. Will the replacement pool accommodate anywhere near those numbers in the proposed 25-metre 8-lane pool?
Paul Cromwell, please, to answer on that one.
Good afternoon, Provost and Council. I think it's a difficult one to answer right now in terms of the principles of how many people. I think what we're saying is in an 8-lane pool, you provide flexibility. And as Eve said, what we'd be looking at is how we can change the layout of the pool to maximise the number of different customers we have, whether that's swim club or swimming lessons, or indeed whether we use it to access leisure. And as most will be aware, in terms of the sector over the last probably decade, there's been a shift away from specific leisure facilities towards more traditional water where leisure activities are introduced. And we don't need to look too far in terms of what that looks like in Stirling or indeed in terms of Edinburgh and the Commonwealth Pool. That is definitely a trend. It's a trend because of the cost, not only the cost of capital expenditure in terms of leisure features, but also in terms of the revenue cost in terms of maintaining leisure, in terms of maintenance, and also in terms of staffing. So that's been a change in the sector, if you like, over the last 10, 20 years. In terms of numbers, I think we have to recognise that it would be a different way of using the facility if the decision was to move forward with an 8-lane pool without leisure water. But obviously, there's also, in terms of wider family activity and trying to encourage that day visit or half-day visit, then obviously you'll see from the accommodation schedule, there's also some family fun activities that are also being considered as part of that. So I think there's the opportunity, not necessarily to meet the absolute maximum number that we currently do, but in terms of a different way, provide a different experience for families and children using the new venue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Provost. Could you tell us what the current situation is with regard to Bell Sports Centre?
Councillor Robertson, officers in Live Active Leisure are looking at options for the future of Bell Sports Centre, which will be considered by their board in early February.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Barra.
Thank you, Provost. Just to repeat the question that I raised earlier, please could you explain the charging arrangements for junior curling and curling training with schools, and what it costs them and how much comes into LAL? Thank you.
Paul, can you take that one?
Yes, I'll certainly try. I don't have all of that. We have a fairly layered pricing and charging schedule to make sure that we are not creating any kind of barriers to access. So I think as Peter and Vincent mentioned earlier, we have a range of different prices, and I think most of the charges that were quoted were regarding the peak adult price, but as Pete said, we also have a Live Active charge. If you have a card, you get a discount. Beyond that, we encourage off-peak time and off-peak usage and practice ice, which has different prices. And we also have improvers ice prices as well as practice. So we have, some might argue, maybe too many levels in terms of our charging structure, but they've been put in place over the years in consultation with our groups in terms of trying to make sure that we are accessible and that we're maximising the ice use as much as we can.
And could I also ask, have these charges been benchmarked against other facilities? Thank you.
Yes, we go through an exercise every year as part of a wider charging strategy where we consider where we are. Sports Scotland also produce a paper which provides averages and mean prices throughout Scotland. It's something that we obviously have a look at every year. We've got to make sure that we remain affordable. And I note the comments earlier, it's a very hard balance. Many of you be aware that we put up charges between 10 and 15% last year. It may well be that we're looking at similar types of charges this year. The board haven't determined our charges for next year. But we're aware that, particularly coming out of COVID, we were keen to get as many people back doing activities. We're obviously aware that we've had a cost of living crisis as well over the previous years. So there's a lot of different things that you've got to take cognizance of in terms of developing your charging strategy. But I do take the point in terms of it being providing outstanding value would be the way I would look at it in terms of some of our curling prices, perhaps.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Given that the delivery of PH2O could be a number of years away, can you confirm the sustainability of the current facilities presented in the report for the next 5 years and how that sustainability will be achieved?
Stephen Crawford, I think, just to answer in terms of the condition of the buildings, Councillor Carr.
I've got, included in this review was the LAL's condition surveys. Sorry. Can you hear? Better. Included in the report, we've done LAL undertook full condition surveys for all the premises. A number of the facilities are council. We've got a planned maintenance programme. LAL have got an equivalent, and certainly built into their budgets going forward are annual reviews of maintenance. It's not going to stop things happening that are unidentified. There is an increase in unplanned closures, but there is funding in the LAL budget, and certainly we're informed by everything here to think for the next 5 years we should be able to operate the facilities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to ask a question on page 216. We've got a key usage trend graph or table. I'm slightly concerned that swimming usage shows a significant increase, yet we say the forecast for demand is going down. We see that curling has got an increase, yet we say forecast is going down, and we see that indoor bowling has got a significant increase, yet we say forecast is going down. Can somebody explain these things to me? I see what it says at table 1 shows, but it just doesn't ring true to me. Thank you.
Councillor Allen, I'm going to ask Neil Ross, who did gave us the independent advice to help us shape the report and did the data analysis. I will just clarify one thing on swimming, because that's come up a couple of times so far. So we looked at LAL's own data, the information they gave us about who goes through the doors of all of these buildings in Perth and Kinross, and we also looked at national trends, which Neil will comment on. They're not crystal balls, with all of these things, and I think this debate actually demonstrates this very well. There is no bolt from the blue which will give us a definitive answer about what is right or wrong. What you as councillors need to determine is what is the wisest way to spend council resource, bearing in mind all of the different needs and priorities that we're trying to address. On swimming, leisure swimming overall appears to be declining. There are a number of reasons for that, which Neil can explain. Uptake of swimming lessons and training is increasing. So there are two different things there. But Neil, do you want to come in and just say a bit more about how you established the ups and the downs and the arrows and the steady state in the report? Because I think that would be helpful for councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just specifically to address the question by the councillor, if we take swimming in the first instance, there are a number of data sources that would be used to establish what we anticipate to be the longer term decline in participation in swimming. Firstly, at a UK level, or an English level rather, there's a substantial and long-term continual decline in the number of people swimming. It's gone from and this is regular swimming on a weekly basis. It's gone from 4.9 million in 2015 down to 3.8 million in 2022. And obviously that takes cognizance of the impact of COVID. When you look at it on a Scottish basis, there are not that many sources of data to analyse, but there is the Scottish Household Survey. And again, that points to a continual and long-term decline in the number of people swimming regularly from 19% in 2007 down to 14% in 2022. And again, when you take, as Fiona mentioned, when we look specifically at Perth Leisure Pool, obviously there is a temporary increase in participation that's been experienced at the leisure pool, and that's primarily due to the impact of a temporary closure in the Dundee Olympia facility. So they have benefited from that temporary closure, but obviously that facility is now reopened, and we'd expect again participation to start to decline. And again, if you reflect on what Stephen Crawford has just said, is that although we might be able to sustain the facilities over the next few years, the facilities are generally in poor condition and are going to be the subject of continued unplanned closures, which are further going to diminish customer experience, confidence, and levels of participation. When you look at other activities that, again, the councillor mentioned, I think it was curling and bowling. So again, the data that we've used to arrive at our conclusion that we expect a continued decline in curling if you look at curling membership at a Scottish level, since 1997 to 2022, we estimate there's been almost a 40% decline in membership over that period. So there is a long-term continued decline in curling membership at a Scottish level. We did ask Scottish Curling, and I think Vincent did mention this in what he said earlier, we did ask Scottish Curling for their most recent data, but unfortunately that wasn't provided, so we didn't benefit from that. But even when you look at a local level, so at a national level, we know membership is declining substantially. If we look at a local level, since 2019 through to 22, there's been more than a 20% decrease in participation in curling at Dewars. But if you go back before 2019-20 to previous years, that trend of declining in participation was already there. So although there's been a temporary impact on participation of COVID, and that's not just in curling, that's been across many, many different sports activities, that declining in participation was present before COVID. So we would expect that decline to increase, and that's notwithstanding, obviously, you know, the efforts that Vincent and the team, Pete's team at the curling club, obviously putting in a lot of effort to buck that trend, and it will be very interesting to see what the outturn figures are for this current financial year to see if they've actually managed to boost participation. But what we're talking about is, you know, demonstrable long-term declines in participation at a national and at a local level. And again, I think the other activity that was mentioned was bowling. So again, looking at both bowling at a national level in a Scottish context, there's been declining in participation, you know, between 2007 and 2022. So at a national level, it's declining in participation. And in a Perth and Kinross context, bowling is also declining. And then again, when you look at participation in bowling within Dewars itself, it's also declining. So I think we're reasonably comfortable. And as Fiona said, there's no crystal ball here. But if we look at the evidence and we look at the data, I think the conclusions that we come to about the future participation trends for these activities are reasonably robust.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Councillor Forbes. Yeah. Supplementary
question, Provost. Thank you. Thank you for those explanations. I'm still not convinced, having listened to the deputation about swimming particularly. We were told that the swimming pool, the flumes and the splash water had encouraged people from out with Perth to come and use our facility. We heard deputations from curling to suggest that the numbers are up. And going back to swimming usage, you know, even if it goes from 19% down to 14%, that's still a significant number. Anyway, I shall leave it at that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Allen, was there a question there, or was it just a comment?
The question really is, are we really sure that we're using the right statistics, because they don't add up?
Councillor Allen, the data is LAL's data. So it's the data that they use based on memberships sold, numbers through the door, footfall, etc. The national trend data, we can talk to you offline if it would be helpful about the sources that Neil used and draws on, and he does cross-check those with a number of different points. So, for example, Scottish curling, pretty important stakeholders in terms of understanding national trends. I would also, and this is a general observation, I'm always quite careful myself when somebody says to me that something has gone 50% up or 50% down, but they don't tell me the starting point, because a 50% increase on 5,000 usage is very different from a 50% increase on 500,000 usage. And this is one of the, you know, very difficult things that as a local authority we have to weigh up. Is sport is about, as a council, and we have a strategy, which underlines this, is about encouraging the maximum number of participation for the maximum number of people, and using money to best effect to achieve that. So the data is a very important part of that, and we do take that seriously, Councillor Allen, and check our sources as carefully as we possibly can to ensure they are accurate.
You can come in if it's a question. If it's a comment, you can come back in comments.
The question is that some of the reference there was about English statistics, and I would like to hear more about Scottish statistics and where we are locally. Thank you.
Neil, do you want to just clarify in terms of data sources?
Yes, thanks, Fiona. So I only mentioned the Active Lives survey, which is an English survey, because it's done at such a large scale, and the trends that are identified within the Active Lives survey in England most certainly do translate through to the activity trends that are present within Scotland. In terms of the point the councillor made that swimming is still a significant activity, I couldn't agree more. It most certainly is a substantial activity, still one of the, or if not the most popular participation activity in terms of sport. And that's why it has such a prominent position in terms of the report and what it says about any potential facility mix for the future.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Provost. Back to curling and the cost of curling. Given that the two representatives said they felt there would be an appetite to increase the cost, I wonder if we have asked the curling people in the past about what they would be willing to pay, and have we put the prices up based on any discussions we've had with them?
Paul, could you take that question, please?
We have, and I'll probably go back to my earlier comments as pricing. You know, some people may say, well, you're a little bit low on the price, and others will say the opposite. So it's a really difficult and contentious thing, is charging, and getting that balance is difficult. We are certainly, from recollection, we're certainly not the cheapest curling, but we'll be one of the cheapest, in the same way as we're in the upper quartile on other prices. If pre-COVID, we would very much look at our charges in a very bespoke way across each area of the business to understand what the level of demand was and what we felt the charges could take. I have to say, post-COVID, it's come back to a much more around a percentage increase, given the financial challenges we have. And like I say, last year there was a significant increase of 10 to 15%. In terms of increases in charges, obviously there was a bit of a stall in terms of that over the COVID years, because it really wasn't the time to start increasing charges. So whilst I accept there might be some views that we could increase the charges of curling significantly more, I think it still has to be done in a staged way so that it remains accessible to everybody.
Supplementary question, yes, Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Paul. You've referenced the 10% increase in charges from before. Did that have any detrimental effect to people coming through the door, or the numbers of people coming through the door?
No, and probably for the first year ever, we put up charges 10 to 15% last year, and we got a lot of support across the board from customers, because obviously the discussion around dues and leisure water was had last year as part of the budget process. So people are very aware of the financial challenges that are before us all. So we put those charges up. It's the usual thing. You can put charges up. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll yield the full income, and that's something we're always very aware of. But yes, it's a balance. It's a difficult balance. In terms of the usage and the impact last year or on this year so far, obviously it's a moving feast. We're only halfway through the sporting season for many of the activities that we're talking about today, such as curling and bowling and others. So in terms of the usage last year, we are seeing a modest increase in terms of the numbers. Now, I don't think that necessarily changes the view from Neil that he's put forward in terms of the longer term forecasts, but in terms of the position that we're in after the first half of the year last year, then we are seeing some modest increases in curling and bowling, but they are modest. And in terms of swimming, I think Neil's already picked up that, yes, we've seen again an increase in terms of swimming usage. In terms of the Olympia impact, I suppose that's the big question. It reopened just before Christmas. It's going to be very difficult for us to actually understand what that's going to look like until we get through the first quarter of this year to understand clearly what the future impact of the Olympia reopening will have on us. But unquestionably, it will have an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Colin Stewart.
Thank you, Provost. 2 questions, I think. Just in terms of referring back to the point about maximising participation that you mentioned a couple of moments ago, can we be really clear about, in terms of, for example, curling and indoor bowling, where people will compete in teams of 2, 3, 4 against another team of 2, 3, 4, are the usage figures that we're looking at here the buying of a rink or an hour or 2, or are they the number of participants?
Or do you want to take that one as well?
The numbers that you're looking at are usage figures, and people pay per person. So, for example, we mentioned earlier the £15 charge for curling. That is a per person charge for the game. So these are usage figures based on that data. Neil, is there anything further you would wish to add to that?
Sorry, Paul. I think we were told earlier that a ring, that a usage of a lane of curling on the rink was £15, not a £15 per person. We're not going to be charging £120 for an hour's worth of curling, are we?
It's per game price. Game typically takes 2.5 hours.
Okay, thanks. I'll move on to my next question then. So in section 514, we're talking about operating costs continuing to rise. What I'm wondering is, we heard from certainly the deputies on the curling about how successfully they'd managed to increase numbers attending since they heard about the threat to Dewars Rink last year. I'm just wondering whether, if we managed to market the offer of the sporting facilities better, whether we actually can assume that operating costs will continue to rise, or at least the operating deficit will continue to rise, if we could actually get more people through the door paying more money per usage, then surely there would be a potential for either increasing the income or reducing our costs due to a single site, wouldn't there?
I'll leave Paul again just to comment on marketing and how that currently works, and what, if anything, is being thought about for the coming year. On your question about what it costs to operate the facilities, some proportion of those costs are just fixed costs. Councillor Stewart, they're just things that we have to do come what may. Some of them are determined by other factors which are a bit can be a bit difficult to predict, energy costs being the obvious one, although Lal, like the council, buys its energy through a procurement framework, a national procurement framework, which gives them more certainty. I think the key point in this, as I've said to council before in many other contexts, but all around the same point, is ultimately this comes down to what you as councillors determine matters most in the range of needs and priorities that are set out for you in this report. I, like everyone else, have followed the press coverage around the Perth City Centre facilities, not just over the last week, but over many years. And I appreciate why there is so much passion and focus on those facilities. But we are a local authority with a relatively small population dispersed over a very big area, mainly a rural area. So one of the other factors which is set out for you in the report is some recommendations about considering future investment in some of those facilities which are serving rural communities. So there's lots of different moving parts to all of this. And ultimately, there are some costs which we as officers, neither us in the council nor in Lau, can control. There are some, marketing is arguably one of them, where we can influence usage. But the balance of sports provision, the activities that as a council and as councillors you believe is most important and what you want to fund on the basis of maximum participation is what the report is trying to help you to decide. And Paul, sorry, did you want to add anything on marketing? Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Peter and Vincent this morning spoke, and obviously we've been in touch with Vincent and Pete Loudon and the rest of Perth Curling a lot over this last year, just in terms of updating them in terms of our operating financial position, but also our team at Dewars working very, very closely. And as Pete said, you know, this is a huge amount of volunteers that do a huge amount of work at Dewars, and we acknowledge that. We work alongside that and work with them where we can to make sure that we are supporting. So there's been a huge amount of work. I mean, as I say, if we go back a year, we were debating this same position a year ago, unfortunately. So we've done, you know, we've been extremely proactive as a group, whether that's our staff or whether it's the volunteers that come to Dewars. And we've heard from them this afternoon and the passion that they have and the amount of time they give up. So we've been working very, very closely with them over this last year to make sure that we're maximising curling and making sure that we promote it and putting on open days and organising holiday camps and trying to attract new events. So these are things that we've been doing very proactively over the course of the last year. There was comments earlier, obviously just regarding the off season. Now the off season and the wider non-sporting events. Again, I heard from Pete earlier talking about maybe 10, 15 years ago that was a significant part of their income. I have to say, over the many years of austerity that we had pre-COVID, the corporate picture seemed to change substantially at Dewars in terms of those bookings. But again, we are proactive in terms of how we look at that. We make sure that we are promoting ourselves on the right websites, and we've got a team of staff there that are ensuring that the events that we do have are accommodated and we've got excellent customer service. And everything that goes with providing that. I think we also have to reflect that it's probably not completely conducive to customers and event organisers where we're debating whether a venue stays open on a yearly basis. And I think we have to reflect that, as I say, are not the best environment for attracting longer term events to come to Dewars. So marketing is something that we're extremely proactive on. Can we do more? Potentially, but it's something that we're very aware of. My team at Dewars are very aware of it. They work closely with the bowlers and the curlers in terms of what more we can do, and wider agencies in terms of the non-sporting activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Sorry, Provost. I wonder if I might just ask for a wee point of clarification in relation to Councillor Stewart's question. I wasn't quite clear. My understanding is that on a rink of 8 curlers, they will each have paid £15 or thereabouts for the session. Is that correct, Mr. Cromwell?
Mr. Cromwell.
Hi, yes, that is correct. It's a per person charge.
Thank you. That's just to clarify that. My question related to paragraph 4.1 of the report, and it was in relation to the scope of the Integratis and ECOS works and whether it was limited to a sort of desktop analysis of the data, or did it involve consultation with the various user groups involved that use the facilities, including the ice rink, leisure pool and indoor bowling? Thank you.
Councillor Duff, Neil might want to add to this, but the work that Integratus carried out for us did include some consultation with some key groups. It was limited, but the reason for that was because Neil also carried out very detailed consultation for us. You might recall in 2022, early 2023, to help us develop the physical activity and sports strategy, and we ran road shows, as you might remember, across every locality in Perth and Kinross, including 2 or 3, I think from memory. I was certainly at a couple of them in Perth City. Neil, do you want to add to that?
Thanks, Fiona. Yeah, as you said, the consultation in this exercise was limited, and the reason why it was limited was that we went through quite an extensive community and stakeholder consultation process when we did the sport and physical activity. We did a number of road shows across the authority area that were very well attended. We in fact did 2 in Perth City. I think that did at least 2 workshops in Perth City. And we also, as part of this particular project, we reviewed consultation feedback that had come from communities across Perth and Kinross that related to the big conversation, which I believe is the local development plan consultation exercise. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks, Provost. I just want to say that I've found the information that we got on usage and usage trends from Neil Ross really helpful, and it was good to get bit more flesh on the bones compared to the paragraph 5.3 in the report. So that was helpful. I wanted to ask either Fiona or Paul if we could get some officer confirmation on the 40% figure that was put forward by the curling delegation in terms of the increase in usage for the current year. So can officers sort of verify that that's the level of increase? Certainly before this meeting, I was provided figures on attendance or usage at the 3 venues, and I would suggest that there's been 38,000 users at Dewars this year, which would suggest that it's up considerably, also with December and January still to add to that. And I just wanted to ask Paul, if you were to leap from the £13.75 or £15 per person for a curling rink up to £20, then can you confirm that per person per rink that is only going to increase the revenue by 5 times 10,000 or 5 times 11,000? So it's not going to suddenly make the Dewars profitable or break even.
Councillor Barrett, I'll hand over to Paul in a moment on part of your first question and all of your second question. On curling usage in 2022-23, which was the last year, obviously, for which we've got complete figures, usage was just under 11,000. It has gone up since then, and Paul has provided, I think, in response to a number of queries, the year to date for 2023-24. Vincent made an important point in his deputation that participation in particular sports isn't linear. It doesn't go all the way up or all the way down or all the way along. It will depend on lots of factors. So worth bearing that in mind. However, I did look back over the last 10 years figures in the course of writing this report. I think the highest point for usage of curling at Dewars was 2014, when it was around 17,500. Levels of usage, and what we've said in the report about that, are not value judgments on those sports. Okay, they are not value judgments on those sports. They are about trying to decide in the big picture where the priorities for council spend should be as honestly and openly as we can. Paul, can you clarify the usage year to date in 23-24, please, and also Councillor Barrett's question about pricing?
Yeah. Hi there. So in terms of usage for curling up till the end of December, we're looking at an increase of 246, so a rise from 2022 from 4982 to 5228. So a modest increase. In terms of the discussions around charges, then unfortunately it's not as straightforward that you put a charge on and that you generally receive that. Our experience tells us that if we put up charges by say 10%, then we'll yield 5 or 6% in terms of that. Now, the other thing is that the prices that have been quoted this morning are our top line prices at £15, and therefore there are concession charges. As I mentioned earlier, we have a pricing structure in place to make sure that we are providing access to everybody. So it's not a straight calculation of 15 times the total number of usages, 1550 rather is the actual charge. Hope that helps.
Sorry, no, it doesn't. And maybe I just didn't hear you right, Paul. But I mean, just going by the point that Fiona made previously, if the starting point was 10,977, which was the usage for curling last year, and we're being told that it's gone up by 40%, then you'd expect there to be something in excess of 15,000 curling usages year to date. Now, that sounds an awful lot more than what you just said. Well, if you could just confirm what the curling usage was year to date. We're only halfway through the year, which is why I'm quoting a significantly less figure than what the previous years are. We're only halfway through the season. Obviously, season starts in September through to December. So what I've got in terms of the usage for curling is we've seen a small, modest increase of 246 in terms of where we were in a similar period last year. So we are retaining. So whilst we had a period of drop, and I think you've seen that from the additional information that came out, we have now started to grow, but it's a modest growth in terms of the figures that we have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cuthbert, sorry.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I went round the Dewar Centre last week when it was -6 outside. I felt that the structure of the building, maybe Stephen could correct me, looks fairly solid, but it does look like there hasn't been much investment in the sort of bits around it. So there's no improvements in cladding. There's no sign of any solar panels, wind turbines. There's nothing to sort of mitigate the costs of the rise in heating costs. I'm aware that in the bowling hall, it was about 20 degrees centigrade when it was -6 outside, and that's a massive room with 50 metres by 50 metres. So I suspect a lot of the cost is actually going into the bowling rather than into the ice skating. I'm just wondering, am I right in saying that perhaps PH2O, because it's been on the sort of horizon for so long, we've actually not put any money into invested into the building to actually mitigate against the cost of increasing heating bills? So perhaps you can answer that.
If I will answer the first question. We've undertaken structural surveys of both Perth Leisure Pool and Dewars and Bells, and there's no fundamental structural issues there. The buildings are very much as they were originally designed. So to answer the question, there hasn't been any retrofitting of major energy saving measures along the time, albeit LAL have taken pragmatically invested in insulation where they've been able to, and certainly in terms of Perth Leisure Pool, because of the flood, there's been new boilers were installed 3 years ago, so they're inherently more efficient. But looking on the report on table 5, Perth Leisure Pool, Dewars Centre, and Bells adding together, the energy bill is about £950,000 a year. For those 3 buildings. So there's, if you talk about revenue subsidy, that's generally a fixed cost, and you'll be aware that we're projecting our energy costs in the council going up year on year, and so that 950,000 will likely, if no change is made, will likely rise as well.
Can I come back on that? Just to say, do we have a split between the curling, the bowling, and the swimming? I mean, is there a split in the costs?
Perth Leisure Pool stands alone at the moment, so the costs there are £5,500,000 for Perth Leisure Pool. I don't have a split between the energy consumption for the bowling and the curling and Dewar Centre in the one building. Probably outside of here we could make a judgment call on that, but I don't have those figures.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Provost. Claire Miller's probably possibly answered this question partially, but I just wanted to confirm Neil's conversation about declining numbers for both curling and swimming based on the projected numbers going forward. Is that something that has been reflected in the numbers, the pre-COVID numbers that we have? And if so, is it the same kind of percentage fall as the national figures? Thanks.
Neil, do you want to answer that? Councillor Harvey, I think Neil has said this already, just a sort of general point about the information that we've presented in the report is trends that were going upwards before COVID generally have continued to go upwards since COVID. Trends that were going down before COVID have continued to go down before COVID. So there've been 2020, 21, for obvious reasons, we just removed from the data. Because all of Lal's buildings were closed most of the time anyway, but B, that just would have skewed the data. But I think important to understand that COVID didn't actually change the direction of travel for most of these sporting activities. Neil, do you want to say a bit more, please?
Yes, just following on from that, Fiona and Councillor Harvey, I think it would be fair to say that, in looking at the usage data and the trends, we've obviously analysed national trends, but we've obviously analysed the local trends. And in most cases, they mirror one another. So where there's a decrease at a national level, that tends to be mirrored at a local level, and where there's the converse, likewise, that also has happened, and we've reflected those trends in our forecasts.
Okay, thanks. So the kind of 40% increase is more of a kind of bounce back from post-COVID kind of things, and the trends are follow the national trends. Okay, right. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Duff, second question.
Is it Councillor Nicole got to get first one?
She's behind you in my queue technically.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'll go. Fine, thank you. Yes, my question relates to paragraph 5.10, and there are many figures in the report which detail the income received by the operation of Dewars, the leisure pool and Bells, but I don't see any assessment of the financial benefits to the wider Perth economy from having curling, skating, leisure swimming and the other sports facilities which Bells provides in a future PH2 complex. Do we have such detail? Thank you.
Councillor Duff, David Littlejohn, if he's in the meeting, will probably want to clarify a bit in terms of events, sporting events and their impact on the local economy. More generally, Live Active Leisure have carried out various economic impact studies over the years to support the business case for PH2O and what's called, so there's sort of a bit jargony, but social return on investment. So if you spend money on sport or indeed culture or libraries, what does it put back in terms of keeping people fit and healthy and active for longer? A point that was made very importantly by Stuart in his deputation. Some of these studies, to be honest, are more useful than others. Again, I think the big point for you as councillors is, of course, investment in these things will repay in different ways, shapes and forms. The question for you is about priorities and where you're going to direct the council's finite spend. If David is on the call, he might want to say something about events. I think David may have had to go to another meeting, Councillor Duff, but what I think he would say if he was here is that the impact of sporting events, national, international, on the local economy is David often refers to it as a kind of it's a sweet shot hit for a limited period of time. So yes, there will be, you know, short-term impact because there's more people in the city centre, because we are predominantly talking about Perth city centre here, spending more money, staying in hotels and B&Bs and so on. But that doesn't necessarily have longevity. It doesn't mean it's not important or worthwhile, but it doesn't grow the economy in a sustained way. I think the Chief Executive is nodding to my left, so I think I've got that right.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Fiona, for the report. My question is really about the wider public health impact of these suggestions. In 5.19, you've listed the 25-metre 8-lane traditional swimming pool, etc. However, there's no reference that I can find anywhere in the report that addresses how we meet the needs of a population in Perth and Kinross that is slightly older than the rest of Scotland in terms of its demographic spread. And also, how do we meet the needs of social prescribing that has been an increasing trend, not just a trend, but an increasing requirement and need with the proposals in 5.19? Thank you.
So again, I mean, I very much take the point, Councillor McCall, as I think we all do, that investment in sport and physical activity then repays in terms of health benefits, both physical and mental. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. The scope of this report, the question that you asked us was to look at the leisure buildings that we have, think about how they're being used, think about how usage is likely to change in the future or if it will change, and what the cost to the council will be in terms of maintaining those buildings, making them more energy efficient. As you've heard from Stephen, some of them pump out huge amount of carbon into the atmosphere, what they will cost over the long term. That was the scope of this review. Social prescribing is an important part of what LAL deliver for as part of the service contract with our health and social care colleagues. That can happen in lots of different ways, though, as you will be aware. Sometimes a GP will prescribe somebody to go and take physical activity in a green space. Sometimes it will be about going to a gym, a strength and conditioning gym, and building up, you know, core strength and stamina. It might be a number of different things, but there were lots of elements of this which we have looked at in the context of the new physical activity and sports strategy, all of the very substantial work on PH2O over the years, but the scope of this was really about buildings and how do we make the best of what we've got.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it offline because I think this is an aspect that's been perhaps needs to be considered, particularly in the total cost to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bailey McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. I'm really sort of slightly apologising for this question in advance, and it really is, I think, to Mr. Cromwell. The deputation about curling mentioned the European B division. Have you captured those figures and what we've been discussing this afternoon, or is that out with? Thank you.
Sorry, Bailey McLaren, just to clarify, you're talking about usage in this year?
Apologies. Yes, that was in, I believe, maybe November. The curling, the European, the B Division League was here, and I think the rest of the competition was played in Aberdeen.
Well, in the usage data for year to date, 2023-24, is that factored in?
I'm afraid I haven't got that in front of me, so I will have to double check that and come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Provost.
Thank you very much. I think my question is aimed at Mr. Ross. We've heard some statistics on a national, English or UK basis, I'm not quite sure, and particularly with relation to swimming, and both curling and swimming, I think in our context here, rely on facilities. I think you said that participation in swimming had declined from 19% of the population to 14% of the population over, I think, most of 2 decades. But are there allied figures that say whether that's as a result of decline in interest, or are there figures that relate to the availability of facilities for that? Thank you.
Councillor, the figures I quoted to you there, the decline from 19% in 2007 to 14% in 2022 come from the Scottish Household Survey. That's a national survey conducted across all the 32 local authorities in Scotland. It's independent of, in terms of facility provision, if that's part of your question. What we do know from analysis of the state of the swimming sector report, which has just come out before Christmas of last year, is that the number of swimming pools is declining. That's something that's been fairly well reported in the media over the last few months. There's been a number of headlines where we can see swimming pools closing. There's been some in West Lothian, there's some proposed in North Lanarkshire, but there were actually some swimming pools that never reopened after COVID as well. So we know there's been a decline in the number of swimming pools. And there may well be some correlation between the decline in the number of swimming pools and the number of people swimming. But the data that comes from the Scottish Household Survey doesn't make that judgment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Welch with the last question.
Thank you, Provost. I'm just really sort of drawing us back to the report itself and ultimately table 6.1, that we're actually been asked to essentially consider a number of recommendations, and I'm just wondering that maybe some of the questions that we're exploring here are actually effectively what will come as part of the subsequent work that's been asked to be recommended. And I'm just clarifying effectively that we've been asked to essentially consolidate on one side to then consider further options, all of which the questions that a number have been asked in quite detail, I think, would be considered during that period. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break, folks, at this point, because you've all been sitting, and indeed members of the gallery have also been sitting for a very long time at this point. 10 minutes roughly, back at 20 to 5. Good afternoon again, everyone. Thank you for returning from the lovely fresh air. We will now move to the Leader of the Council moving the motion. So if I can invite him to move his motion, please.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks everybody, both officers and members, elected members, and also the deputations and other outside bodies who've provided information moving forward. This has no doubt been a challenging, but it is an essential strategic review. And however, although this is a highly emotive topic, we cannot make any decision in isolation. We all must remember that last year we had a report in this chamber stating that 6,000 children were living in poverty in Perth and Kinross. And it's against the background of the budget that we are facing, that every one of us already knows, that we have to make some hard decisions, which maybe have been too long in the making. This paper was brought to us by officers. It was brought on the request of the council, where every elected member asked officers to bring this paper to us. The suggestion from some quarters that this was an administration paper and should have been altered at pre-agenda would have led to accusations of interference. As this paper was asked for by elected members of all political groups, it is only right that the paper should be presented as it is today for debate, which we have had. Therefore, I would like to thank the officers for carrying out what we asked them to bring forward with diligence, and I thank them for that. At this point, I would also like to thank the Independent Group, the Liberal Democrat Group, and the Labour Group for coming to my door, to calling me to discuss and find a pragmatic solution to address the situation moving forward, and contributing towards the additions and changes I am proposing today. For some context to answer some of the comments that came in by email, I played curling for 20 years, playing at Dunkeld Road Ice Rink, Dewars Ice Rink, in Kinross, and also at Pitlochry Ice Rink, where the highlight of my less than illustrious career was being part of the winning rink in the Pitlochry Open in 1994. I would like to say I beat Peter Loudon's rink at that time, but I can't really remember if that was true or not. I'm also a member of Spitalfield Bowling Club. I mention this to emphasise how any decision on any paper that comes forward, especially this one, is not easy for any elected member. We're making hard decisions because of the financial situation we find ourselves in. It'd be much easier not to look at the hard facts and ask the hard questions, but I believe our duty is to consider the long term. What our officers have aimed to do on our instruction is to set out these facts in such a way which allows us to make the wisest decisions we can for the future and in a difficult financial climate. It is a challenging report, but it's one we asked them to prepare, and again, I thank them for doing that. I, however, working with other elected members, wish to amend the officers' report by revising the recommendations and including new recommendations into the motion in the form that you can see on the screen. Point 1. Council notes the review findings set out in section 5 of the report in relation to paragraph 5.3, considers that the information on past and current usage, as well as future trends, does not provide sufficient evidence to support the removal of ice from the mix of activities available at PH2O. Point 2. Approves the recommendations set out in section 6 of the report, subject to the deletion of recommendation 2 and replacement with further work to be undertaken on curling usage, market trends and affordability factors, including current curling demand and usage for 23-24, with the consideration of growth opportunities for curling. Point 2. Options for the sustainable provision of ice at PH2O being included within the transition plan and rescoping exercise referred to in recommendation 3 in section 6.1. And finally, officers be instructed to include an ice rink component within a fully costed PH2O proposal to be brought to Council in August 2024. Thirdly, approves the next steps set out in section 7 of the report, and additionally asks that the Council contract for services with Live Active Leisure maintains family-friendly leisure swimming as a core service requirement as an activity which enables a broad section of the local population to be healthy and active. Also, the design of a new swimming pool for Perth as part of the Rescope PH2O project reflects this requirement and will allow a family-friendly leisure swim offering alongside fitness and lesson swims. We have to finally move forward after years of delay to give residents, users and most importantly, LAL some certainty in moving this project forward. Each decision we take must have sustainability at its heart, and I welcome the willingness of the curling fraternity, alongside national curling bodies, to become part of the solution. Whilst never forgetting, in this difficult financial climate, the 6,000 children in Perth and Kinross currently living in poverty. Also the fact that Perth and Kinross has the largest percentage of their population aged over 80 years, the largest percentage in Scotland aged over 8 years, many who have and will require caring in the years going forward. Importantly, I refer to the investment proposals as set out in 7.3 for Live Active, Leven and Live Active Strathearn. Swimming pools not outside Perth, which enables us to have a coverage across the local authority. This, alongside the £35 million investment in a new Blairgowrie Recreation Centre, shows that we are as committed to sport across the whole of the local authority as we can be. So as we work towards our 24-25 budget, we are all aware that many difficult decisions are going to have to be made. I'm happy to move this amended paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Leader.
Colleagues, there can be no doubt in your minds how important our decision today is to quite a significant number of Perth and Kinross residents, judging by the email traffic to elected members' inboxes in recent days since this paper was published. The paper has, of course, been most conscientiously prepared by officers with input from external independent specialist advisors, and I thank them for it. Today, it falls to us as elected members to tackle the situation head on and take decisions on this key strategic issue for Perth City and the wider Perth and Kinross. I have to say that if only the previous Tory administration between 2017 and 2022 had had the courage to take these difficult decisions back then rather than procrastinate, and had not run up a 10 million structural deficit as a result of their budgets, we might not be in quite such a difficult position now. In my view, our decisions must consider not just the financial aspects set out in this report. We must also place significant importance on physical and mental health and well-being, and the considerable benefits of providing facilities where those of us with modest, or in my case, next to no physical prowess, can take exercise and benefit from participation in sport. We have heard very clearly from all four deputies this afternoon just how vital these facilities are for the people of Perth and Kinross. We must do all that we can to try to retain Perth's status in the sport of curling. I note with great interest the passionate deputations today and welcome the commitment publicly given this afternoon by Scottish Curling to permanently be involved from now on in efforts to maintain the Dewars facility. We absolutely need that commitment and an ongoing commitment from the curling fraternity as a whole, as has been demonstrated in recent months, to try to ensure a longer-term future for the sport in Perth. The truth is that the current facilities generate significant financial losses due largely to extremely high energy costs, ultimately funded by the public pound. And this council simply cannot afford to fund such losses on an ongoing basis on its own. We absolutely must look at ways to improve the energy management of PLP and Dewars. But importantly, key stakeholders, specifically Sports Scotland, Scottish Curling, and the global governing body World Curling, which proudly boasts both the agreement of its constitution here in Perth in 1967 and the location of its secretariat function just yards from this chamber in Athol Crescent since 2000. All need to pool efforts and resources to raise supporting finance and not only maintain the recent participation surge, but grow it. As the Leader of Council has already set out, there are enormous other pressures on our limited finances as a local authority. And nobody can surely argue that these other demands are also vital core priorities for this council. Local authorities, the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, are struggling today to even provide statutory services and balance their books. using dwindling reserves as they do so. Once these reserves are gone, they're gone. That is the reality of our financial position. Colleagues, this motion, I believe, is a pragmatic recommendation, which I am happy to support in all the circumstances, and I'm pleased to second. Please support.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Leader. Bailey McLaren. Sorry, Councillor Duff has indicated he has an amendment, Bailey McLaren, so if I can take that first. Councillor Duff, you have an amendment.
Thank you. I think the clerk has the wording of that. Thank you, Provost. Just to say in relation to Councillor Drysdale's comments, it was the Conservatives that put the money into the business case for the PH2O, not the SNP, and that is the main reason why we're here today discussing PH2O. I believe, Provost, that the public handling of this paper by the administration has been exceptionally poor. I think it was quite obvious that the exclusion of the ice rink, the indoor bowling rink and the leisure pool within a new PH2O, with little or no consultation with many clubs and user groups representing them, would cause significant upset. Thereafter, after causing much anger and upset, the leader of the council suddenly changes his mind at the last minute and seeks to amend his own motion when he realised the level of opposition he was facing. I think that anger and upset could have been totally avoided. Like all the other opposition groups, the Scottish Conservatives would have submitted an amendment to include the ice rink and leisure pool in the mix of facilities going forward to the next phase of our PH2O considerations. And while I welcome the belated change of heart, however, I don't think the revised motion goes far enough. I would like to suggest the additions shown. These are not amendments to the motion as such, these are additions. So additions in 2.3, which would include a costed option for curling, which would allow curling events and competitions up to including national and international level. Also the establishment of a user reference group. And as far as the leisure pool goes, to request a costed option for a separate family-friendly leisure pool area to be part of the considerations going forward. Provost, the Juice Centre has raised curling champions at all levels. I think we heard 138 at national level and 86 at European, World and Olympic level. Just a few short months ago, this council conferred its highest honour on the British women's curling team following their gold medal victory at the 2022 Winter Olympics, a win which even had the SNP calling for the new ice rink to be named after Team Muirhead. We hoped their win would inspire the next generation of curlers and help them become future Olympians. We pronounced our pride in their Olympic achievement in winning the gold medal, and less than 5 months later, the administration proposed to put an end to centuries of curling here in Perth, the very home of curling. Last year, when the future of the Juice Centre was also under threat, we asked curlers to use it or lose it. And as I said, I went along to the packed curlers meeting in the Juice Centre, where the assembled members brought forward a host of ideas to improve the use of the ice rink. And I believe their enthusiasm and passion has been reaping the rewards of their efforts this year, with increased competitions, membership and the reopening of the cafe. Similarly, one of the great attractions of the Perth Leisure Pool, especially for young families and visitors, is the leisure pool facilities. And as we have heard, combining traditional lane swimming with leisure pool activities in the same pool is not ideal. It would mean pool restrictions for one group or the other and would likely result in fewer people using PH2O for both these types of swimming. Councillors will have received a considerable postbag of complaints about this paper from the curlers, the swimmers, the bowlers, the footballers, the badminton players, the parents, grandparents and children, and it's apparent that we need to consult further with the user groups and their representatives to ensure that we deliver a pH tool which is fit for purpose for those who will make use of it. This is the reason why we feel that a user reference group must be established for the Perth City provision as part of this project. To quote a favourite saying of our Chief Executive, nothing about us without us is for us. Provost, in relation to the amendments which only add to the motion, I would hope that the Leader of the Council would consider incorporating these into his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Provost. It is apparent that the next steps in the transformation review of leisure assets require greater involvement from those most impacted by our decisions here today, the users, especially those who currently make use of the Bells Sports Centre, the Dewar Centre and Perth Leisure Pool. There is a need to consult more widely with the clubs and organisations who represent the various sports which may be included in order that we can better understand their needs in a revised PH2O project and avoid the anxiety which has arisen in the past 10 days. I would like to see such a commitment approved by Council today to send a signal to the many people who have contacted all of us recently that we will actively involve them in the process and take their views into consideration as we develop the transition plan and a revised outline business case for PH2O. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Bailey, you have a second amendment.
Thank you, and I'll start by acknowledging and thanking Councillor Duff and Councillor Chan, because I am here using their wording in order to, but taking just a part of it, because that's the part we'd wish to see incorporated. So I wish to move an amendment in recognition of the fact that we heard about the potential clashes between leisure water swimming, as in the fun, family-friendly aspect, and training pool plus the swimming lessons and competitive swimming. So I'd like to move that recommendation 3 be added as follows. The officers be requested to include a costed option for separate family-friendly leisure pool area to complement the swimming pool facilities in a revised PH2O proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. Councillor Leishman, second.
Nothing to add, Provost, other than just I'm happy to formally second.
Okay, thank you, members. We're going to take a 5-minute recess at this point. Thank you, members. If you can return to your seats. There's been some discussions, obviously, over the recess. I'm not sure if we have had any changes at all to either motions or amendments. Is there any changes at all? No, I don't think so. Okay. On that basis, then, I'm just going to go to members who indicated they wished to comment and take their contributions now. So, Bailey McLaren, back to you.
Thank you, Provost. The importance of sport opportunities within our society is fully recognised by all of us today whilst debating the Leisure Assets Review paper. We have heard strong reasoning from today's deputation representing curling and swimming for the inclusion of both an ice and family-friendly swimming offering to be included within the recommendations. In my role of representing individual constituents and communities, I recognise the need for a further evaluation of data, including youth and schools activity of both sports, and a wider lens cast over other sport opportunities, such as a multi-use ice facility to include ice skating and ice hockey for those that I represent. Over many decades, there have been and still are Perthshire curlers who have achieved worldwide Olympic titles and medal success who use or have used the excellent ice facilities available in Perth. The international recognition of the current facility within Dewar's Rink still attracts international players of elite level, all of which we are proud. However, We must also look to the future to provide fit-for-purpose facilities that we can afford, that will primarily enhance many individuals, groups and communities of all abilities within our budgets. We are being asked to make a big decision which will change the leisure offering greatly within Perth City Centre. To make this, we do need to ensure no stone is unturned in the gathering of data. From today's deputations, there are potential opportunities for a visionary ice and family-friendly swimming offering within the proposed PH2O, and therefore I am delighted that this combination will be considered in greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey McLaren. Councillor Braun.
Thank you, Provost. Every one of us in this chamber is well aware of the financial pressures experienced by Live Active Leisure, particularly as it tries to recover from the COVID pandemic and the recent damage to Bell Sports Centre, most of which remains offline. We are also aware that with aging infrastructure, there is a need for renewal as planned with PH2O in whatever guise it takes. And I know for a fact that the leader of the council, Councillor Lang, has always been an enthusiastic supporter, not only of this project, but all the work carried out by LAL for the health and well-being of the people of Perth and Perth and Kinross. So it is with great surprise to witness how this whole matter has been handled. Surely this administration should have recognised the importance of curling, especially given we have recently given Eve Muirhead and her team the freedom of Perth. Provost, I assume that you were at the pre-meeting for this full council when the paper was discussed and was endorsed by the leader of the council to be supported by the administration. As far as I understand, this is then their paper from that point on. Subsequently, this was made public on Friday the 12th of January. That publication generated protests via the media and a considerable number of emails, which I believe we have all received. Furthermore, at a board meeting to discuss this, a valued member of the board felt he had no option but to resign, a long-standing member who was certainly there throughout my tenure. And as late as Wednesday, there was continued support in replies to constituents for the paper as endorsed by the administration. However, by last Friday, this administration, looking at the chamber lined up against them, had no choice but to make an embarrassing U-turn and climb down, announcing to the press a desire to find a consensus to move forward. This, of course, is total spin. The administration, facing certain defeat of their paper in its present form, with several amendments lined up against it, had no choice but to listen to avoid losing a vote. Others will want to have their say, but it comes down to one point. This administration, like their masters in Holyrood, is totally out of touch with people. Perth is the home of curling, and the high number of protests received from individuals and groups proves how important it is across the board. These are difficult times and we have difficult decisions to make, but LAL is not just about numbers, it's about the health and well-being of people, including mental health, being part of something of belonging. And Provost, if I may, as a footnote, following on from Councillor Drysdale's comment, we are not the only local authority facing a deficit this year. And the reason is the incompetent financial management of the current government in Holyrood. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Braun. Councillor Colin Stewart next, please.
Thanks, Provost. I find myself in a situation where I don't see very much difference between any of the either the motion or the either of the amendments, and I think it would be sensible if the proposed additions were incorporated, because certainly one of the things that is very valuable up in the Strathmore area is the input of user reference groups to the design of a project, and we've already heard commitments that there would be wide partnership working, so I don't see that in particular as an issue. But I wanted just to reflect on a number of members have commented on the upswelling of opinion and the number of communications that elected members have received. I wanted to thank the members of the public for taking an interest and getting in touch with us elected members. they've raised a number of points which I think are absolutely critical. I've been particularly taken by the representations which have spoken about ordinary members of the public rubbing shoulders with national and international and Olympic champions at the curling, about how it can be a sport played by 3 generations at one time. I've also been taken with the comments about the need for families to get together and exercise, for example, through swimming together. And although we do have that extreme financial position and debt burden that I referred to earlier, and we will have to look very carefully at the proposals when they come forward in August, and I'm looking forward to seeing what those proposals are. There is also a place for, I think, the cultural value of, in particular, curling. Provost, it was you and I who proposed the motion granting the freedom of the city to the British women's curling team just about 2 years ago, I think it was, in recognition of the fact that Perth and Kinross is a centre. When we did that, one of the notes that we made in that motion was that that team would include the first women to be accorded the freedom of the city in almost 100 years, I think it was. So curling has a particular place, I think, at the heart of Perth and Kinross, and I'm very pleased to be able to support. I'm not sure what it will be, but either option obviously will offer the continued provision of curling and ice facilities in Perth and Kinross, and I think that's really important for all of us.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Provost. I probably should start preface my comments, as I often do in discussions about leisure assets, in that both Perth Leisure Pool and Dewar Centre are in my ward. And in fact, I'm probably the only one of the current group of ward councillors for Ward 10 who was here during the last administration. And during that time, I expressed consistently and repeatedly my concern at the delays and lack of urgency from the previous administration in progressing PH2O, and my fears that we would end up in exactly the financial situation we find ourselves in today. For once, I'm really unhappy to be proven right. However, having said all of that, I want to thank, firstly, both the officers and Live Active Leisure staff and its board for the work that they've done in increasingly challenging situation. The report was brought, as Councillor Ling said, to this chamber at the request of all councillors here today, and I think it's only right and proper that it came unaltered and the view of officers were heard clearly. And so to that end, I welcome very, very strongly the motion brought forward by Councillor Ling. I think it's both pragmatic and it's sensible, not just in response to the public views, but also to the views that we have all held consistently on this side of the chamber for quite some time about how our leisure assets should be managed going forward. And so on that basis, I would wholeheartedly recommend that we approve the motion and pose the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCall. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, Provost. It's unfortunate we've actually got down to point scoring between the old administration and the new administration, because I think everyone's found that PH2O has been quite a hot potato and have tended to put it back. It wasn't, the priorities were things like the Crossdale Link Road, priority was like the new museum. These were the priorities of the administrations. It wasn't PH2O. So I don't think we should have point scoring with regard to that. It's in front of us now and it needs to be dealt with. I think we have got to understand that as a country we're becoming poorer and poorer, and it's getting harder and harder to actually look after the assets that those who have been before us have left us with. And in Perth and Kinross, we're actually very, very fortunate to have such amazing facilities like a leisure pool, which is so popular, and a curling rink, which has brought fame and to Perth, as well as Perth and Kinross. Can I take you back to the the early 2000s, and it sounds bad to do that, but I'll take you back to the early 2000s. This council was faced with a situation where all our high schools were in really poor condition. And it was debated at that time what to do about them. And it was decided by the administration, and everyone agreed to it, that every year we'd put a 1% on council tax for a period, I think it was 3 years we did it, to raise the funds necessary to actually invest in the investment and learning programme. And that was a very successful thing that we did. And all our high schools now are of a very high standard, which I'm delighted about. Unfortunately now, because of restrictions of central government, we have no ability to work with council tax. We can't take the decision to, and I think it would be supported by people if we put up 1% on council tax to address the leisure deficit we have in Perth and Kinross, the need for investment. So we're all the poorer for it, which is unfortunate. I think I'm going to support the motion as tabled. I think there's nothing really to be gained by putting additions to it. I think it's important we move this matter forward. I'm delighted that there's swimming will be retained in Perth, and I'm also delighted that curling is going to be part of that package, included in that package, and have an all-use ice facility. As someone who's curled for many years, curling's a great sport, and it can be curled. It's like swimming. You can curl from an early age until you're in your dotage. So I'm happy to support the motion as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. Councillor Peter Barrett.
Thanks, Provost. I thought that Councillor Claire McLaren spoke articulately and powerfully and made a really strong case for supporting the motion. And I think the Liberal Democrats and my group have tried to deliver a political consensus that would meet to the best of our abilities the aspirations of our communities. And I don't think that our communities' aspirations are set too high. I think people reasonably have an expectation that the council and the state will provide adequate leisure facilities, and in an ideal world we would be able to fulfil their ambitions. But we don't live in an ideal world, and we don't live in the same world that operated in the previous council. So I get that the Conservative group are still smarting from the behaviour of the SNP group in the last council, and that the way they treated the issue of the Blair Gowrie Recreation Centre. But I kind of hoped that they would have not decided to pay them back in the same manner and engage in the same sort of posturing that the SNP engaged in, and that Councillor Drysdale still engages in with his contribution to the debate today. And I think it is unfortunate that Eric Drysdale sought to politicise this matter. Particularly, in the face of chronic underfunding of councils by the Scottish Government, and imposed council tax freeze this year, which we can readily do without, and the Scottish Government reducing capital grant to councils. Now, none of that means or none of that is going to support the delivery of a PH2O which meets everybody's ambitions. But then again, neither is the doubling or trebling of interest rates, the reduction and induction of massively increasing construction, inflation and shortages of labour, which are also going to impact on the deliverability of our capital programme. So nobody is coming out of this with terribly great reputations, and I think, as Councillor Robertson pointed out, administration and opposition approaches to council tax setting in order to have a sustainable capital programme has been completely absent for the past 6 years as well. So I think when we're looking at the capital budget pressures, when we're looking at our revenue budget pressures, then there needs to be some sort of mature approach and consensus developed so that we can actually deliver deliver the capital programme to the best of our ability. But as I say, it is a changed world. I think what we put forward and has been incorporated into the SNP motion, I think meets the aspirations of their communities. I think they recognise the fact that we can't continue to deliver the scale of facilities that were previously on offer and people were prepared to compromise. Now, I don't see that compromise in the Conservative amendment, and that's why I won't be supporting it. I don't think it's based in reality. I think it's just going to prolong the discussions and design and delay the delivery of PH2O, and I think that would be unforgivable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. We've heard feelings from people who were affected by the announcement that the ice rink would close. And as Councillor Duff said earlier, that heartache could easily have been avoided. And Councillor Braun very correctly pointed out that this resulted in the resignation of a valued and long-serving board member of LAL. And as St Andrews is the home of golf, and Perth is the home of curling, and why the administration didn't see the feelings of the community coming down the line towards them is actually quite extraordinary. This is a disaster for the SNP administration. On Friday morning, Councillor Ling was quoted in the papers talking about a strain on the public purse. No mention at all that he was not in favour of this. But by 11 o'clock on Friday, a statement was issued indicating a screeching U-turn. Saturday morning brought news headlines saying that Councillor Ling is going to save the ice rink. On one hand, we give the winning team freedom of the city. On the other hand, we close the rink they trained on. This shows how out of touch the SNP administration are with the communities they seek to represent. Let's not forget, this proposal was brought to us by the SNP. It went through pre-agenda, presumably unchallenged. The council leader could have pulled the paper or amended it, and until Friday, they all supported it. Our amendment specifies a rink to hold international and national events on. I can't for the life of me understand why anyone in this room would vote against something that could bring so much to Perth and its surrounding area. These are the aspirations of the Conservative Party. I get that the Liberal Democrats don't support them, but we do. Councillor Ling wants to be seen as the saviour of the ice rink, but the reality is he's saving it from the SNP.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. Councillor Reddick.
Thanks very much, Provost. I'm going to try and steer clear of any politics here, I hope. The principle of subsidy on sport and leisure is well established and sound and very important. What price, health and well-being, after all. But we do have to work within the fiscal parameters we find ourselves in, and they are tight currently. The reasons for that are many, and for debate another day, I believe, probably the 28th of February, in fact, but not for today. And we have many other challenges, as Councillor Ling has already alluded to, 6,000 children in poverty. But I would also like to mention the 34% of our school kids who have some kind of additional support need. We've firmly nailed our colours to the massive support on them as well, and we shouldn't remember that. It's vitally important that we do that. So there are many other challenges, but that's just one particular one that I want to highlight that this council will face. So it's right we seek to work in partnership with other sports bodies so that the parameters of what we can do can be extended as far as possible. And I think the start of that conversation with the curling bodies is to be welcomed today. What we need to do here today, though, fundamentally, and in next month's budget actually, is provide clarity, mostly to Live Active Leisure, but also to the communities which we serve. And the principles in the paper about delivering leisure from one site, I believe, are absolutely sound. And I welcome Councillor Ling's comments and as well, in addition to what's already in the paper. It's imperative we have family swimming, absolutely imperative. And we know the gravitas that curling brings to Perth, so I welcome that clarity that Councillor Ling brought in his opening statement. Another reason we seek to provide clarity actually is we need to plan for the interim, because the interim could be several years. This is something that the paper quite rightly identified, but it's maybe got a little bit missed in the furore of this week. But it is vitally important that for the next years we continue to deliver as much service and sport and leisure as we possibly can. So I support this paper. I look forward to plans coming forward for our sport and leisure delivery in the near future that the citizens of Perth and Kinross can be excited about and proud of. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick. Bailey, you've got a point of clarification. Would you like to ask that?
Yeah, I just wish to seek clarification. My understanding was that a leader of a political group, the administration in this case, is not actually able to have officer recommendations changed prior to papers being published, and therefore Councillor Lang has followed the correct procedure here by essentially moving a motion that varies from the officer recommendation when he disagreed with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. I'm going to bring in the Head of Legal and Governance to provide clarity on this.
The papers that are brought before are presented are officer papers, and obviously there is dialogue in terms of pre-agenda, and there may be valid points raised that perhaps officers do wish to incorporate and take on board, but ultimately if they didn't want to do that, it would be an officer paper with the recommendations, and it would be for the political groups to make a motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leishman, you did technically second the second amendment, but since you didn't speak to it, you may have a short comment now.
Thanks very much, Provost McDade. Much appreciated. Power concedes nothing without a demand, and this week the inboxes of elected members certainly back that quote up. The voice of the Perth and Kinross curling community has spoken loudly, and more power to them. To use a phrase from the socialist movement, they have educated, agitated and organised, and done so very effectively. This level of public engagement is vital. It sharpens the minds of politicians, and it is a timely reminder of the accountability and responsibility we have as elected members. I hope to see similar levels of participation in other important items that impact our residents. Measuring financial cost versus societal value is a tough decision to take. The social impact of losing the leisure water facility cannot be accurately expressed in a graph, a table or an appendix. Its real unit of measurement lies in the consequences of families losing an activity that offers health benefits, potentially life-saving skills, and, as people are continuing to deal with the unfairness of this manufactured cost of living crisis, affordability. I'm proud to come from Perth and the many things that we are known for, and the leisure water at the pool really made Perth become a go-to destination for people from all over Scotland. Councillors shouldn't need officer reports or news bulletins to see how our economy is actually performing. Head out the front door and walk up our high street if you want to see how things really are. And when you do that, it's clear that our Perth economy needs outside investment. Families also need public services, something to look forward to, something that they can do with their kids, something that will create memories. And for many people in our communities, that is the leisure water at our pool. Provost, I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Lane's willingness to working with the Scottish Labour Group on trying to find something approaching a solution for the benefit of the many. Sincerely, Councillor Lane, your open door policy is both genuine from you and appreciated by us. And hearing that it's the SNP government's fault and the predictable counter-attack of it's the Westminster Tories to blame just reinforces that people in Perth and Kinross are suffering from two divisive and pretty inept governments. As the powers of local government are diminished by consistent underfunding, which is austerity under a different rosette, it emphasises we must spend the money we do have wisely. And while over the last week we've wrestled with the very real prospect of depriving families of leisure swimming, I hope the absurdity of previous expenditures like the £150 million on the CTLR results in discomfort and a period of reflection for many.
Thank you, Councillor Leishman. Councillor James.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm struggling to hear, so I'm using my mic on my laptop. So
it's creating a loop, Councillor James. You will have to use a microphone in the room.
Is that any better? Okay. Sorry, I'm struggling to hear today. That's what I've got. So anyway, sorry, I digress. Bit hilarious today to be given a lecture on the wasting of public money by an SNP administration. But anyway, there you go. Suddenly they've taken a moral high ground. Scotland, and in particular Perth, is recognised by everyone, certainly down south, as the centre of the UK for curling. We've already heard that today from our deputations. As it's already been said today, only last year we honoured Eve Muirhead and the team for their excellent and outstanding achievement at the Olympics. Yet here we are talking about the removal of a facility that afforded them their training in order to save a few quid. We know the cost of everything but the value of nothing. The amendment, I feel, is really important as it makes sure that the real experts, as in the people who take part in the sports that we're discussing, will be included in any investigation or work going forward. So I will be voting for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Allen with the final comment.
Thank you, Provost. The SNP administration handling of this paper is a complete mess. After 18 months in this role, I'm getting used to it. I came here to make things better. There's one big hurdle though. This is an SNP-led administration. Council papers are passed by the administration before they come to full council. For the leader of the council to come here today and attempt to lead people, the good people of Perth and Kinross, to believe that they have listened and are minded to change the parameters of this paper is quite disingenuous. Trying to look like the saviour of this paper, it's a complete and utter misrepresentation. This is a humiliating climb down, a monumental U-turn, and one that can only have a limited effect on saving face. I've seen some of the SNP responses to our constituents. Let's be clear, as of Wednesday last week, they were determined on this paper being presented and passed in its original form. I know this because I've seen the rhetoric and I witnessed the words firsthand. There is significant outrage at this backhanded attack on our residents' services. As everyone was experiencing the same tirade of phone calls and emails into their inboxes that I was receiving, the SNP began to understand the depth of hurt and ill feeling that was developing in our council area. Champions, Olympic champions no less, youth champions, school kids, youngsters, curling groups, teenagers, older people, secretaries, presidents, the list is endless. I can just hear and see them all now, gathered round the leader of the council. They decided, oops, big mistake. This is not good. We need to get ahead of this. We need to get ahead of the opposition and look like the good guys. Change the dialogue. We are the goodies. Let's save the ice rink. Wow, just wow. The PH2O project should be something for us all to celebrate. A showpiece celebrating all that is good in Perth and Kinross. Right at the top of that rostrum should be curling. We've bred and trained Olympic champions here. We've bestowed the freedom of Perth on our Olympic champions. This was only just last year. Now we're to tell them, thanks for putting us on the map. Now run along. For anyone who doubts what I'm saying and questioning the direction of thoughts here, you need only read paragraph 519 of the paper, which refers to market and usage analysis. It says, this suggests that leisure water, ice and indoor bowling are removed from the current approved accommodation schedule for PH2O, helping to address affordability. And for the avoidance of doubt, this was also repeated as a recommendation at 6.1, granted now deleted. They come here and defend their reasons for changing it after the damage is done. It's an absolute disgrace. Contrary to claims made earlier in this session, the SNP-led administration is lacking in any semblance of credibility or maturity. They and their leadership should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves. Thank you.
Just before I come to Bailey to sum up his second amendment, I would like to just remind all members that there are not only members of the public watching here, there are members of the public watching online, and this doesn't look great for any of us. It really doesn't look good to the watching public, and they expect us to treat each other with respect and to do what is in their best interests, and to try and reflect that. And absolutely get there is always going to be political posturing and point scoring. I think, however, today it has exceeded the normal level, and I can understand that everyone is feeling the heat. However, I would just remind everyone that the watching public do expect better, and would encourage you all to tone down your remarks. Bailey, to move to sum up, please.
Thank you, Provost. It will be a crying shame not to have a costed option for dedicated leisure water brought forward later this year for Council to decide whether to build it or not. The ratio of swim sessions to curling is 28:1. We have finite and shrinking resources, and a failure to back dedicated leisure water is to lavish taxpayer money on the one, while saying the 28 have to put up with a vastly degraded facility. Why, I wonder, do we have this the wrong way round? Why are we ignoring the 28 for the sake of the one? I don't have any answers to those questions, so I'll let others reflect on them. Notwithstanding that, I'm thankful to the Conservative group for putting the dedicated leisure water back on the agenda, if a little surprised given they voted it down last budget. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Provost. The amendment which we propose only adds to the revised motion of the SNP and to the options which councillors will have placed before them later this year. It seeks to ensure that we consult with the users to have a better understanding of the requirements for the different levels of sports provision and the compromises which could be achievable in a PH2O before we take a decision. It seeks to ensure that we will have included a costed option which allows for a national and/or international curling in Perth. And finally, it seeks to ensure that we will also receive a costed option for a separate leisure swimming area in PH2O. Now, nothing in these additions commits the council at this time to the final cost of a new PH2O, but I think would provide more helpful information for the final decision, and with it the opportunity, when the time comes, and with it the opportunity for considering outside investment. Voting them down at this time will, I fear, revitalise much of the anger and upset of the many sports users in Perth and Kinross. I commend our amendment to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Leader of the Council, please.
Thanks very much, Provost. Being on the end of what goes on in some other people's minds, but I thank Bailey for asking the governance officer, Lisa, to clarify about the way that council business should be brought forward. I wouldn't expect the Conservative group to understand the nuances of how council business should be conducted. At the last full council, they managed to vote against themselves, and we had to vote to give them the chance to speak. So for them to understand the way that you should conduct business and put unaltered an officer paper in front of the whole council to be debated, I would have thought in a more humane manner would have been what I would have expected. But that has not been what's happened today. Also, what hasn't happened today is the Conservatives have gone back to, we've already got that project that they're wanting us to look at again. It's called PH2O. It's costed about £120 million. £120 million we can't afford. Is that what we're going to go back, spending our 3 years kicking it around and end up with still for the next term of council before anything's done? Meanwhile, the degrading of the facilities we've got continues and it becomes even more unaffordable to do anything. Now is the time to put a line in the sand, get a feasible, affordable project back that does its best it can to maintain ice facilities, to maintain leisure facility and swimming, and to maintain training and pool. Also, continuing to have an offer across Blairgowrie, Aberfeldy, Kinross, Crieff, etc., instead of concentrating all in Perth. I think that the most practical, pragmatic suggestion is to go with the amended motion put forward by the SNP. That way we'll see something delivered and on the ground in the next 5 or 6 years. Anything else, and you'll be sitting here in 10 years' time, or some of you will be sitting here in 10 years' time, talking it all through again. We just need to come together and actually put the politics a little bit this side. It's obviously coordinated attack coming time and time again with the same thing about a screeching U-turn, even after it had been pointed out by the head of legal and governance that it is normal for papers to come through as officers' recommendations and be debated. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We are now going to go to a vote, which the clerk will facilitate. Yes, we will explain the Second Amendment versus the First Amendment, the First Amendment versus the motion.
Thank you, Provost. Members, we're dealing with item 7 on the agenda, the transformation review of leisure assets, a report by the Head of Culture and Community Services. We have a motion from Councillor Lane, seconded by Councillor Drysdale, the terms of which were circulated to you. We have a First Amendment from Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Chan, again, the terms of which were circulated to you. We have a Second Amendment from Bailey, seconded by Councillor Leishman, the terms of which were posted in the Teams chat for your availability. In terms of standing orders, we will first of all deal with the First Amendment from Councillor Duff against the Second Amendment from Bailey. The winning amendment will then be put against a motion from Councillor Lane. So when I call out members' names, can you first of all confirm if you're voting for the First Amendment by Councillor Duff or the Second Amendment by Bailey? Councillor Allen.
First Amendment.
Councillor Anderson.
First Amendment.
Bailey.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Abstain.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Abstain.
Councillor Braun.
First Amendment.
Bailey Brock.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor Chan.
First Amendment.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Second Amendment.
Councillor Donaldson.
Abstain.
Councillor Drysdale.
Abstain.
Councillor Duff.
First Amendment.
Councillor Forbes.
First Amendment.
Councillor Frampton.
Abstain.
Councillor Freshwater.
First Amendment.
Councillor Harvey.
Abstain.
Councillor Illingworth.
First Amendment.
Councillor James.
First Amendment.
Councillor Clegally.
First Amendment.
Councillor Lane.
Abstain.
Councillor Leishman.
Second Amendment.
Councillor McPherson.
Abstain.
Councillor Massey.
Abstain.
Councillor McCall.
Abstain.
Provost.
Second Amendment.
Councillor McEwen. Bailey McLaren.
Abstain.
Deputy Provost.
Abstain.
Councillor Rebeck.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson.
Second Amendment.
Sorry, Clerk. I think Councillor Reid is in the meeting now.
When did Councillor Reid enter the meeting? I think we'll just have to confirm when he entered the meeting. Councillor Reid, are you there?
He's not online.
He doesn't appear to be answering messages. And continue the roll call.
Okay, Councillor Robertson.
Second Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Shires.
First Amendment.
Councillor Smith.
First Amendment.
Councillor Colin Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Grant Stewart.
Abstain.
Councillor Waters.
Abstain.
Councillor Welsh.
Abstain.
And Bailey Williamson.
Abstain.
Provost, we have 12 votes for the first amendment. We have 6 votes for the second amendment with 20 abstentions. So the first amendment is therefore carried. The first amendment now becomes a substantive amendment and will be put against the motion. So now can I ask members to confirm if they're voting for the motion by Councillor Lang or the amendment by Councillor Duff? Councillor Allen.
Amendment.
Councillor Anderson.
Amendment.
Bailey.
Amendment.
Councillor Liz Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Peter Barrett.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Amendment.
Bailey Brock.
Motion.
Councillor Carr.
Motion.
Councillor Chan.
Amendment.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Motion.
Councillor Donaldson.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Motion.
Councillor Duff.
Amendment.
Councillor Forbes.
Amendment.
Councillor Frampton.
Motion.
Councillor Freshwater.
Amendment.
Councillor Harvey.
Motion.
Councillor Illingworth.
Amendment.
Councillor James.
Amendment.
Councillor Togali.
Amendment.
Councillor Lang.
Motion.
Councillor Leishman.
Amendment.
Councillor McPherson.
Motion.
Councillor Massey.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Provost.
Motion.
Councillor McEwen. Bailey McLaren.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Rebeck.
Motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion.
Councillor Shires.
Amendment.
Councillor Smith.
Amendment.
Councillor Colin Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Grant Stewart.
Motion.
Councillor Waters.
Motion.
Councillor Welsh.
Motion.
And Bailey Williamson.
Motion.
Provost, we have 23 votes for the motion and 15 votes for the amendment, so the motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Members, we move to item 8, the Learning Estate, and Stephen Crawford, the Strategic Lead for Property Services, is going to introduce the report.
Thank you, Provost. This paper is presented to address questions at previous Learning and Families Committee and Perth and Kinross Council. The report considers 2 questions from Learning and Families Committee on the sustainability of school roles. 1, the feasibility of introducing early learning and childcare provision to all rural primary schools, and makes a recommendation of no further action. 2nd is Perth and Kinross Council, a Perth and Kinross wide primary school catchment analysis, and it makes no recommendations to change any of the existing catchments based on the data. The report also updates instructions from Council to consider a review of secondary estate in Perth City. It makes a recommendation to commence community engagement with stakeholders and communities regarding the vision and future of the secondary learning estate in Perth. It notes also that in connection with the primary school capacity and catchment analysis that's presented, recommendation will be made to a future Finance and Resources Committee on the timing of the new planned primary school in Bertha Park. I've got various officers in the room and online happy to take questions on the detail on the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Bailey with first question.
Thank you. It could actually be framed as a point of clarification, but I'll raise it as a question. In the layout of this report, we have one where the recommendations are up top, but then each section has its own recommendation, and there's some disparity between the two. So, for example, in 2.1, paragraph 1, on the front page of the report, we are agreeing with the recommendation, but then further down, we're saying that also we're asked to agree that the early learning childcare settings will be constantly reviewed. Which one are we agreeing if we pass this paper today, the recommendations on the front page or the ones within the body of the report at 5.15 and 5.16?
Thank you, Bailey. My understanding is that the ongoing review is policy of the council already, and is done as part of our statutory requirements. But I will, and Sheena Devlin is nodding, but I will come over to Stephen and Sheena just for clarification on that point.
Thank you, Provost. You said that it was part of our statutory requirements. I would require to get confirmation from Ben Scott of that. However, it is part of what the council does routinely, that all catchment reviews, whether for ELC provision or schools, are kept under constant review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shires.
Thank you, Provost. Do you want my two questions together? Yeah. So my first question is at 5.11, where it talks about the council awaiting further guidance on the Scottish Government's programme for government with reference to expansion for 2-year-olds and provision for 1-year-olds. Do we have a timescale for that?
Councillor Shires, we don't have a timescale at present.
And my second question is at 7.10 and the next steps. And the third bullet point down says what it talks about the following work would require to be undertaken. What are the viable options that could be explored further with regards to the secondary estate? Do we have examples of options that might be considered?
The purpose of this consultation, sometimes we've been criticised before, is coming up with a fait accompli of these are limited options. This is left intentionally open at the moment to ask the stakeholders and communities' views of options, and there's maybe some things in there that we as officers wouldn't think about. So that's why it's intentionally vague at this moment.
Thank you, Councillor Leishman.
Thanks, Provost. What engagement has sorry, excuse me. What engagement has already been done with parents and pupils on the Learning Estate Review, and what will be undertaken going forward?
Councillor Leishman, there's a difference to the proposal here. So just picking up on Stephen Crawford's comments, that engagement with the various stakeholders that are mentioned in the paper will only commence if we get approval today to undertake that. And thereafter, there'll be a short life working group established to set out the scope of that engagement and to consider what the time frame for that engagement would be. Then that engagement would commence. So on this particular piece of work, there hasn't been any because there wasn't intended to be any until after today. Thank you.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Thank you. Councillor Colin Stewart.
Thank you, Provost. I want to ask about the first recommendation, which says that there should be no further action to introduce early learning and childcare provision in all rural primary schools that don't have it, as there are no solutions that would help to generate a sustainable school role. Isn't the provision of early learning and childcare one of the things that does help to generate a sustainable school role?
I'll check if Ben Scott is still available, Councillor Stewart, online. She was joining us for that. But the answer is it doesn't always. So introducing ELC, unless there are actually young children of that age in that area to come to a nursery, would not in and of itself then establish a sustainable role. So the other thing that we do need to consider in relation to all of this, and it's been in a number of papers that have come over the years in relation to the expansion of the 1140 hours in ELC, is going with the principles that were set out for that expansion, which is about using whatever capacity you have at present as the first port of call, then considering what other options may be required after there. But Ben will be able to pick up in terms of the sustainable. Yeah, Ben is still there. She'll be able to pick up on
Ben
that.
is with us in
Thank
the
you.
meeting, so she can perhaps add some context. I think you're involved in doing a lot of the background work, and you can provide further detail to Councillor Stewart.
Yes, I think I would really just want to follow on from what Sheena Devlin had said around about the principles of the expansion and using the capital estate that we already had. And within the paper, there is information around about the fact that within our local authority provision, there is actually enough ELC capacity across Perth and Kinross. We operate in ELC communities. And there is space across all of those provisions, and that's without looking at the funded providers available also.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, carry on.
In terms of the sustainable school roles, all of that work was done in the background, looking at data that comes in around about babies and children who are younger coming through. And so all of that information was looked at when we planned originally around about the provision for Perth and Kinross.
Well, thanks. If I could follow up with supplementary. I mean, the reason that I ask is because I think that the shining example of is Logie Rate Primary School, where a nursery was added and the role of the school increased around 50% or something like that. But I'm also interested in knowing about, so for example, there is certainly demand in, and I would suggest perhaps a lack of provision within the, within the wider partner organisations. For example, at Meagle Primary School, there's certainly demand. There's approval of a substantial new housing estate which backs right onto the primary school. It will be young families moving in there, but already I have people in that area who are looking to place their children out of Meagle so that they can more easily access nursery provision on their way to and from work, for example. So I just wonder how, how much we've looked at the lack of existing provision and the future required provision, particularly in association when associated with the local development plan and the future planning coming forward.
I think sorry, but I was just going to ask Brian to pick up on the point you made about the role at Logie Rate, because I'm not sure that we have those same figures that you have, Councillor Stewart. And also, Brian would be able to talk you through the process that we use in terms of that ongoing review of catchments that we mentioned earlier, that does take account of projected planning, house building, all of that is considered and factored in. So Brian, maybe you could pick up on those points. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. With regards to Logie Rate, yeah, we're just looking at some of the figures regarding the role there. In 1920, just as before we established the nursery, we had a role of 22 there. Looking at our current projections right now, based on all the data, we're looking at 25, 26. We'll be back down to the same role at that point. We have a little bit of a spike just now, but I think that's something that was predicted through the CAI data that we use, the Community Health Index. So the numbers we're seeing at Logie Rate aren't any different in reality to what we expected from the births and so forth. I mean, in the reality, the children we have in the catchments across areas, be they rural or urban, are the children that are there. Ben had talked more eloquently than me about this, but people make their choices with regards to childcare for a variety of different reasons, and indeed their schooling as well, and the two aren't always intrinsically linked. But we look at a lot of data with our catchments all the time, our role, our house building. We work with our colleagues in planning with regards to the development of the LDPs. We have kind of large Excel models always looking at that, so we're always considering that. If there's any gaps in the childcare provision that Ben was becoming aware of, she would liaise with our team. We'd look at the accommodation we have, what could be adapted, what could be used. So in reality, as the paper says, we look at all these things all the time. There's normal business, we conduct it, and we don't really have, any evidence with regards to creating a sustainable school role that creating ELCs within these would make that difference to it.
So, yeah, Sheena.
Sorry, could I maybe offer some explanation, Councillor Stewart, about differences between, and so forgive me if people understand these differences, but we childcare and nursery provision are not the same and they're not interchangeable. In fact, there are different kinds of childcare that we're required or not required to offer. So there's what we call school-age childcare. So if you've got youngsters who are already at school, P1, so on, then we have a range of childcare options that we provide through things like our kids clubs and all the rest of it. And we recognise that this has been something that is difficult to sustain at, if you like, as a service that washes its face in terms of costs. And there are various different reasons for that. So we've got some really busy services and some services where we've offered services in different areas for a long time and they haven't been busy at all. We offer early learning, ELC, the 1140 hours, to all eligible 3 to 5 year olds or pre-5s. We also offer that to some eligible 2s. And we had a question earlier on about the further introduction for all 2s and 1 year olds, and we don't yet have a timescale for that funded preschool childcare. And then, of course, there's childcare that a lot of our partner private providers provide, which they take babies. So from, months old, right the way up to the age that young people might be before they come to school. So there's actually a range of different provision. And so when we talk about there being a sufficiency in terms of the provision, we're talking about the sufficiency in terms of that which the council is statutorily obliged to provide. But we recognise that there are some areas where for 0, 1s, 2s, that childcare is at a premium and can be difficult for parents to source. And so one of the things that we've undertaken is looking at and taking on more childminders into partnership with us. So we've got lots of childminders, again, across Perth and Kinross, but they don't all enter for very good reasons into a partnership because of the requirements perhaps that they have to meet that relate to care standards, for example. So we have increased Ben would be able to tell you by exactly how many, but the number of childminders that we have in partnership with us, and we're continuing to try and increase that further. And over and above that, just for information, we're also looking at a pilot of what we're calling our community childminders, and those would be provisions where we pay an enhanced rate for childminders who would then take on children and young people with additional support needs, where because of those needs they might be able to take on less children, but we don't want them to be in any way financially disadvantaged because they would do that. Thank you.
Sheena, if I can ask a supplementary to, and appreciate this is a favourite topic of mine. The rolling low rate hasn't risen as much, you indicate from the figures, which is quite interesting. So you say, because obviously when we were doing the review, it was 16, and when I visited the school recently, they told me it was in the mid-20s, as has been indicated, which is roughly a 50% increase. But would you say then the impact that has made the role more sustainable is just removing that threat of closure, and that has had the much bigger impact than the introduction of the nursery?
I couldn't comment on that particular point, but if I'm thinking about it, I think I'm right in saying that right now we're not projected for young people to be coming into the nursery at present, because the figures that we had used were the CAI data. So that's the data that we get that tells us how many young people are in particular areas at a particular time. So I don't know if that's the reason, but Councillor Stewart's point around the fact that just because of where your address is isn't necessarily where you will find or seek your childcare arrangements, because that need not suit your working or your family life experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Provost. I've actually got two questions. I'll ask one and then you can tell me if I ask the second. In paragraph 7.10, I would imagine that a review of the secondary catchment areas for Perth could potentially have some impact on secondary school catchments outside Perth. And I want to know whether the principle of no detriment still applies, so that no change to one catchment area would be detrimental to another. Would that still be the case?
Unless there's a move otherwise from that, Councillor Duff, then I would expect that we would continue to operate on that basis as officers, unless that instruction changes.
Your second question.
Thank you. Yes, it was in relation to paragraph 616, and obviously the decision about the catchment area changes in primary schools. And in respect of that recommendation, what options then does this council have to assist a school where the school role is falling and becoming unsustainable?
Can you tell me a wee bit more about what you mean by that, Councillor Duff? Thank you.
Yeah, just, well, in the past, you know, we've obviously had schools where the school role is falling, and we've had a review and we've looked at opportunities to assist the school in terms of making stopping the role falling, I suppose, and making it sustainable. And I just wondered what options would be left then to consider how to assist the school in that situation.
I'll ask Brian to come in, and Ben may have a view on that as well. I'm thinking about some of the things that we've looked at where we know that roles are falling, and it looks like over a long period of time the trajectory is either sustaining at that lower level or indeed a further decline. And I can think of a number of schools where we've, through bringing papers to committee, sought to alter the capacity and then to utilise space for other purposes within those particular buildings. And that's a viable means to keep a school you know, operating as efficiently as possible, Councillor Duff. So we've done that before, and that's certainly something that's open to us again. And Brian, I don't know if there's anything else you could add to that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, I guess what I would add first is that there's not one idea for a raft of schools, if you like. I think across Perth and Kinross we also have so many different catchments and communities in the way that we operate, that every setting is basically unique in how we operate it, and we do find that across the board. I think what's important is, I came into post about 1.5 years ago. We'll be looking at the new the Learning Estate Management Plan later this year, or the updated version. In looking back through all the information that was looked at during the transformation review, I mean, obviously there were certain decisions taken on by the council at the time to conclude that schools under 60% would be under review, etc. It was considered, you know, there had to be a factor, if you like, to decide what to look at. But I think there is a question there as to what is a sustainable school role, what is acceptable in different communities. I've looked at data over the last 20, 30 years. You know, and there's roles that are consistent in some of the rural schools. They serve that amount of pupils, that carries on quite similarly, you know, and that doesn't mean then that that's not a sustainable school role. I've also been doing a lot of work looking at utilisation of the buildings as well. So, for example, I think it's wrote it in the paper and some, but we can have a school that shows 55% capacity. It's actually using both its classrooms. It's got 2 classrooms, 25 in each class. There's lots of space in 2 of the classrooms, but actually we need to use both of the classrooms by our teaching standards. So I think there's quite a view, and there's a lot of feelings post-review, which I wasn't involved in, so I can look back at it and kind of take that view on it. And I think moving forward, I'm trying to look at the schools in a different way and how we utilise them, how they're utilised. We've just passed a paper earlier on today, obviously about the new asset management framework and how we do the asset challenge. The same thing goes for schools as well, and how we challenge these buildings and look at them. So then times have changed a lot post-COVID as well, and even people's movement, how they're operating, using schools, etc. So there's a big period of change. It's probably good timing. I would hope some of the information I've got on utilisation, look at it, presents a bit of a different picture to our assets and how they are being used and how they can be used differently. So I think that probably is debate for another day, but I think there's lots of different ways we can look at it moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions at the moment, so I'll invite the Leader of the Council to move the report.
Thanks, Provost. Are we still in the same time zone? Right. Councillors, the following learning estate report we present to you today considers 3 main areas. The feasibility of introducing early learning and childcare provision in all rural primary schools currently without one. Perth and Kinross wide catchment analysis that seeks to utilise available capacity to ensure all current schools have a sustainable future role, and a review of secondary learning estate in Perth City. The key highlights of the early years section identifies there are 19 rural primary schools that do not have a nursery provision on site. Analysis has been carried out which considered ELC provision in the area and community and whether there was a requirement for additional nursery places. The outcome of the analysis identified there is currently sufficient capacity and there is no demand-led need for additional nursery provision in these schools. The Council has recently invested £17.5 million as part of the 1140 hours expansion programme across Perth and Kinross. This area of the report recommends no further action following the outcome of the feasibility of introducing early learning and childcare provision in all schools currently without one. It should be noted that the provision of EL and C across Perth and Kinross is reviewed annually to ensure there is sufficient capacity within each ELC community for all eligible children. We will continually review capacity and vary our planning if and when needed. The second part of the report considers the schools with occupancy of less than 60% to consider if changes could be made to ensure sustainable roles. The key highlights of the report are, based on census data, 19 primary schools have an occupancy of under 60% based on the planning capacity of the school. An exercise has been undertaken looking at each of the 19 schools identified. Examples of the considerations given were school transport required, school roles in neighbouring schools, and the location of catchment boundaries. From the work undertaken to date, there are no identified solutions involving catchment change that could improve the situation without a level of detriment. The report therefore recommends no further action following the outcome of the work undertaken. With regards to the plans for a new primary school at Bertha Park, the committee are asked to note a review is underway relating to the timing of a new primary school at Bertha Park. The outcomes from that will be reported to the Finance and Resources Committee. The last part of the report considers a planned review of the secondary estate in Perth. The key highlights of this report are the Learning Estate Management Plan presented to the then Lifelong Learning Committee notes the occupancy in the Perth City Secondary Learning Estate needs rebalanced after the opening of Bertha Park High School. The Learning Estate Management Plan detailed that the Council planned to undertake a review of the secondary learning estate in Perth City. Consideration also needs to be given to the investment required within the secondary learning estate in Perth City at Perth Academy and Perth Grammar. As part of this review, we need to consider how best to ensure the secondary learning estate in Perth City is well aligned with service need and corporate estate priorities. We need to improve operational efficiency of school community facilities. We need to consider compliance with statutory carbon emission reduction targets and consider future requirement for investment in multiple buildings. The process of undertaking informal engagement or consultation before a proposal is fully developed can assist communities to understand and help shape proposals that affect them. The feedback provided to Council can provide valuable information to inform further consideration of proposals. The report recommends commencing community engagement to seek the views of stakeholders and communities regarding the vision and future of the secondary learning estate in Perth. I'm happy to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale to second.
Thank you, Provost. I would like, first of all, to thank Stephen Crawford, Brian Reid and their teams for their diligent analysis of the issues that are so vital to future education, early learning and childcare provision across Perth and Kinross, and I support their recommendations in full. I'm also wholly supportive of a comprehensive review of the secondary learning estate in Perth City, and I look forward to the outcome of the review that will inform how we best optimise this vital service for our young people. Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Frampton.
I welcome the bringing of learning estate papers to Council today and thank officers for doing so. The commencement of community engagement with stakeholders and communities relating to the secondary learning estate is to be applauded. The vision for the school estates in Perth and Kinross is very welcome, as future investment in the schools estate in Perth City will be necessary, but we need to be imaginative on how this is delivered. I look forward to hearing the outcome of the engagement in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Shire.
Thank you, Provost. I just wanted to place on record thanks to Stephen Crawford, Sheena Devlin, Brian and all of the staff who will have been involved in putting this report together. We have people with encyclopedic knowledge of catchment areas and projected building, etc. in our communities, and it's really invaluable to us. Very much looking forward to the engagement around the Perth City secondary estate, and we'll be encouraging parents and carers and others within the communities to get fully involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebeck.
Thanks very much again, Provost. This is a good paper, I believe, and I welcome it. Just a couple of quick comments before I get into the nub of it. I do believe that the general principle of removing the threat of closure from a rural school will inevitably help the role. And secondly, I think if we're to learn any lessons about how to support a school when the role is reducing, we just need to consult with the parents and the parent council at Abernight, who did a tremendous job in making sure that their school is now flourishing. In terms of the secondary school estate in Perth, it'll be business as usual for a fair while yet, I suspect, but it is important we look to the future now, not least because we've seen what procrastination in the last council term has done for a sport and leisure offer, but also to make sure that we properly engage with our communities. We're not always good as a local authority in consulting before we make a decision. I think sometimes even subconsciously decide what we're going to do and then we consult. We are determined that that doesn't happen in this case, that the engagement and the consultation is valuable and open. Perth High School is a great example of what we can do in Perth and Kinross in terms of a learning estate, and it's something that we can be proud of right across the chamber, actually, and we certainly need to commend previous incumbent here, and Councillor Shires for her work in that. It is an example of something that can be achieved when we work together, something that we can be all proud of. And of course, Bertha High School as well. And I personally love seeing families and individuals coming together at North Edge campus for a variety of activities that complements the fantastic learning taking place at St John's Academy. I love Councillor Robertson's confidence in our school estate that it's all tickety-boo. And actually, by and large, he's right. It is in a good place. But not all of our state is in such a good shape. Oh, that it were. And we do need to start engaging with our communities now before decisions are made in the future. I do believe we'll need to be very open-minded with that, and probably even bold and radical. But I welcome the paper and thank the officers for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebick. Councillor Ling, do you wish to make any closing remarks?
In the interest of brevity and sanity, no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, members, are we content to agree the paper? Agreed. Thank you very much. Members, item 9, affordable housing MOG. Are members happy to agree the proposal contained in the agenda note? Agreed. Thank you. Members, item 10, appointments to committees and outside bodies. Are members content to agree the proposed changes to committees and outside bodies, which include Councillor Jack Welsh to replace Deputy Provost Andrew Parrott on the Coswell Environment and Economy Board? Thank you. Councillor Michelle Frampton to replace Councillor Eric Drysdale on the Scrutiny and Performance Committee. And in addition, Councillor John Duff to replace Councillor Crawford Reid on the Learning and Families Committee. And Councillor Crawford Reid to replace Bailey Chris Ahern on the Employees Joint Consultative Committee. Thank you very much. Members, item 11, elected members briefing notes. Members happy to note the elected member briefing notes issued since 6th of December 23. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, members. Have a safe journey home.